Let me take this opportunity to welcome members of the House, National House of Traditional Leadership, as led by the chairperson, Ikosi Mahlangu, to also welcome the colleagues that are in our midst. I'm going to welcome Honorable Kaiser, I see you are here. Honorable Pretty Kavanchava, you are here. Honorable Kaiser, Honorable Mpumza. Yes, that's far. It's all of you are here. I want to welcome the chairperson of the National House, Ikosi Mahlangu, the deputy chairperson, Nkosikazi Mudlauli, and I see there's a lot of Amakosi amongst us as well. I think I'll allow the CEO to also welcome all of you are here present, to welcome the DG and the team from Traditional Affairs. You'll recall this meeting, we are just continuing from where we left the other day, wherein we said we need to set aside at least a day. Then let me deal with apologies first. I've got an apology from Honorable Mabika, Honorable Honorable Mukhalipi, Honorable Brink, and Honorable she's Deputy Minister, is attending a funeral, and the DG, she's chairing, the DG of DCOC is chairing the performance review meeting. She will only join us in the evening. Then from the DTA, as I said, I want to welcome DG and the team, including the CEO. We had sent the invitation to all provincial houses. The plan is that moving forward, we are also going to, having listened to what the provincial members will be saying today, our intention is to then call the provinces, the MSs from provinces, so that they can also then come and share with us on how are they supporting the traditional leaders in the various provinces. We are raising it because when you move around, others, traditional leaders are getting different benefits from the others, but we are not a federal republic. The matters that are of concern for us as this committee are that we have observed, as you have seen yesterday, you were dealing with the APPs for the department. It has been our expectation that certain resolutions of the Indaba should start then to talk to the plans of the department. And if you recall the recommendation that we submitted of this committee, preliminary 2020 budget review and recommendation report, when you look in particular recommendation 4.3, it instructed the Department of Traditional Leadership Affairs to provide this committee a report on the finalization and implementation of the program of action on the resolutions of the 2017 Traditional Leadership Indaba. The department has not yet complied with this request. And this is from the 2020 budget review and recommendation report. We do understand that many of the issues resolved at the Indaba are the preserve of other line function departments. However, it's our expectation that the Department of Traditional Affairs, as the lead ministry, the department has a duty to see to it that these other line departments fulfill their commitments in terms of the resolutions. The department must therefore strive to minimize the impression that it is shifting responsibilities away from itself. Having said that, let me welcome you all. Maybe let me allow first the CEO of the National House to introduce the other members of the National House that are present, including the ones from the provincial houses. Over to you, CEO Sitole.
Chairperson, thank you. I thought maybe Chairperson, when National House will give a broader overview, then I come in after him. I don't know, Chair, you will direct.
Not listening to me, I said introduce all the members of the National House and from the province before we start with the meeting.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the opportunity. Chairperson, I have Chairperson when National House Nkosi Mahlangu present in the meeting. We have Deputy Chairperson Nkosikazi Mhlawuli. She's present in the meeting. The one on video is Mufumahadi Mupedi, who's a member of the National House from Free State. We have as well, I've seen Nkosikazi Ngonyama in the meeting. I've seen Khosi Siatlulo from Northwest in the meeting. She is a member of the National House. Inkosu Kumete is a member of the National House. I've seen, I'm just trying to get all members of the National House. Inkosi Umkachwa from Mpumalanga is a member of the National House. And Morena Lifa Mupedi is a member of the National House. Nkosi Ngonyama, I've already mentioned that she's present. Princess Muroka, she's present. She's a member of the National House. Yes, then going to the Provincial House, Chairperson, I've seen Khoshimabe from Northwest. The Chairperson is the Provincial House. Northwest, Gibona Khoshi Tole from Northwest. Gibona Khoshi Giboneleli. Just a second, Chair. Let me just quickly scroll. Khoshi, the Deputy Chairperson of Northwest, Khoshi Muliti, Uhona, Nkosi Tembe, Ukhona naye in the meeting. Nkosi Tembe is from KZN. Nkosi Ugule, Ukhona naye in the meeting. Chairperson, yes, the one on the video is an official from Gauteng who's working with traditional leaders. Given Maluleke. Chair, these are the members that I could see now. I might have omitted some, but I've tried to get as much as I can. Others are colleagues, officials who are accompanying provincial houses. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, seemingly you are still muted.
My apologies. I was trying to say, let's then also deal with the house rules. I see there's a lot of microphones that are not muted. The likes of Ogiven and Papule Malolek, can they mute their microphones so that then we will be able to proceed properly? Yes, it assists that we always mute our microphones when we're not recognized by the chairperson. Also, that if you are not recognized to speak, then also mute your video. And can we minimize the movement of people around these meetings? I'm a Dimobedi who's interacting in this meeting. Can we be orderly, please? Can we be orderly, please? I wonder what is the end of Motivi so early in the morning. That is up as well, because we've not yet even started with the meeting. So let's be just that, be disciplined to minimize disruptions. It's our humble plea. Then you'll recall we had this meeting. There were presentations made, and then there's been a lot of concerns. And we said that night we couldn't exhaust everything that was at our disposal. Then we said, let's then reconvene again and then utilize the later part of today to deal with issues that are of concerns. Maybe moving forward, then we'll be able to attend to most of the issues. Our meeting that we held it on the 8th of this month, if you recall. Yes, we had the meeting on the 8th of April. Then we said, let's attend to a later date. I should believe it will be very critical that we also listen to the provincial perspective. Inkosi Matlango will allow you to just say something before we proceed, so that then collectively, having listened to the provincial perspective as well, it can assist us then to be able to hold the relevant MDCs that delegated this responsibility to address your matters. And we are saying we'll get a date in the nearby future wherein we will coordinate all those MECs for them to come here and tell us what are they actually doing to support this institution of traditional leadership. Having said that, let me then welcome all of you, your majesties and her majesties who are in our midst. We are at your hands today. You need to also share with us as we discuss these issues, whether whatever the department that is supposed to lead, as I've said earlier, is adding any value towards your work, so that then you are supported, because there is this responsibility from the ministry and the department to support you in whatever you do. You remember also the National Department is responsible for policies. And after all, they're the custodian of the legislations that governs your operations. There are matters that, since we met when we were elected to this term in 2019, were said to us were areas of priorities. Maybe with dealing with this Indaba progress, then it will be enable us now that we're almost in midterm to assess whether we are doing well or not. But nevertheless, that is the issue. Also to alert the members of the provincial house and local houses in Northwest. Next week, from the 3rd to the 7th of May, the committees in your province. So as we've done in KZN while we were there, we managed to interact with many traditional leaders that also assist us then to be able to meaningfully participate in this meeting of today. We should then, in our program, also create a space for us to interact with the traditional leaders in the province. Having said that, Nkosi Matlangu, is there anything that you want to say before I allow the provincial leaders to also input on their reaction with the presentation that has been shared on the 8th, on the progress made with regard to the implementation of the Traditional Leadership Indaba, the 2071. Over to you, Nkosi Matlangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of the session. Greetings to you, Chair. And let me also greet the Deputy Chairperson of the National House, Chairpersons and Deputies of Provinces, my colleagues, members of this Portfolio Committee that are present, and the DG and officials from both the department and Parliament. Let me first say, Chair, that we appreciate this opportunity that has been given to us. Yes, I omitted to greet all other traditional leaders that are part of this, because we have traditional leaders that are coming from local houses and also members of the National House and other members of provincial houses that have joined us today. I think on behalf of the institution, Chair, I want to say thank you for taking our matters seriously, and also for giving the institution an opportunity to be able to speak, because I believe that in this platform, we'll be able to find solutions to problems that have besieged the sector since since democracy, because I'll only talk about from 94 coming this way, and what happened prior that one would not get into it. But I think now that we are a democratic structure, we need to find space, between the traditional leadership and those that are elected in power. And I think the most difficult part, Chair, is to find the balance between the two. That we are all working for the same communities or for the same constituency, and all of us have the interests of the same constituency. And for us to be able to serve those constituencies, we ought to work together as elected representatives and the traditional system of government, because we still have a larger population that still believes in the system of traditional leadership as much as they believe in the democratic system. But so these two systems ought to find each other. So thank you for giving us an opportunity, and also for recognizing the existence of the sector. And we are hoping that we will be able to come up with solutions that will assist the department to be able to support us, because I think the biggest challenge is the political will, of which I think it's what is not allowing the sector to evolve. So we have not been able to give space for this sector of traditional leadership to be able to evolve like any other sector, make mistakes like any other sector, and be able to correct those mistakes and work for our own communities. So I would cite an example, Chair, that we had to warn the president that we are aware that each and every time he comes to address the House, he speaks, but no one does anything after he's spoken. So you would not even hear a premier or a minister quoting what he may have said to the sector. So what he says is not policy. People just take it as the president's speech. So when he comes next year, he would not even refer to his speech last year, or he would not even talk about progress that has been made since he spoke. So it tells you that there is a problem. We have not yet found each other, and I think our attitude today is that of trying to find each other. That we ought to find each other to be able to work with our communities. We've taken a different route as a sector, a route that seeks to turn us into developmental monarchs, that we need to develop our own communities. We came up with the Invest Rural program, of which we believe that it will change the lives of rural communities. And for us, Chair, what is important is that our people should not see us as sellouts, all of us. They should know that we all have their interests at heart. We are in this leadership position to serve our people. I think all of us, we are not there to serve our own interests. And I think that's what should drive all of us, that we want to serve the interests of our own people. Hence, we are coming up with these programs, of which we're hoping that government will support us in those programs. And this department that is created to support us should take this program seriously, because if they are taken seriously, they will change the lives of rural communities. They will bring dignity to rural communities. It will allow rural communities to work towards prosperity, and also give hope to people that are living in rural areas. So I thought, Chair, that let me just be broad in what I should say today, but also say that the resolutions or the declaration that we took at the Indaba are resolutions that are supposed to be taking us forward as a sector. And this department that is supposed to be supporting us, it is also not properly supported by government to be able to do its work. I think Treasury and political leadership, I think people still are uncomfortable with this sector. So whenever they allow the sector to evolve, they want to stifle how it evolves, and also even the assistance that is given on piecemeal. So as if we are there as a sector either to steal from government or to take away something from government, and yet we're a government entity as a sector. We are not a sector that is somewhere there on its own, but we ought to be working for the same communities. I think in a nutshell, Chair, I thought let me just speak from this angle, an angle that I think will not pity us against the department or against the portfolio committee or against government, but we should be speaking in terms of trying to find solutions and finding each other in making sure that, because whatever we agree on will cascade down to our people that are poor in rural areas, that are always facing poverty. They don't have jobs. So if we build these structures, then we are building a foundation for them to be able to grow as rural communities. I think that would be my input, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Inkosi Mahlangu. Thank you so much. CEO, maybe for one to respond to what Inkosi Mahlangu was saying, are you able to do a template, since let's not take it a bit far away. Since 2019, when President Ramaphosa has been opening this house, definitely, as Nkosi Mahlangu has said, there are commitments and directive that President said they need to happen. As we are continuing doing during the day, I'm giving you a task now, CEO. Can you go and extrapolate all those issues? You start on the 2019 address, 2020 address, 2021 address, and extrapolate those critical issues that the president set and make a column for progress to check if there's any progress on what the president has said up to date. So you'll be talking about a 2 full year, because the 2021, it might be a progress, work in progress, but that's the matters that we can also elevate. So you can do that. I think I'll give you an opportunity later during the day to talk to that. And also, we must also reflect on that one and then come with a conclusive program of action. As I've raised earlier, colleagues, you also recall that we had a Traditional Leadership Indaba is the committee where we hosted you on the 26th and the 27th of November 2019. And then out of that, there were key issues that we identified that needed the department to follow up. Maybe now, because the department at the time it already made a presentation, and I see we have got some members from the local house who were not part of the meeting last time. Let me quickly, for them to be at par with us, I'll ask the DG to quickly flout that presentation and raise critical issues, because I want everybody to participate in this meeting. We shouldn't assume that all of us, and I suspect it's not everybody who got that presentation. Shirin, did you forward it to the houses? Let me check that. DG and the CEO, you highlight the issues on that presentation so that even when the other members of the local houses and the provincial houses that are here, then they will be able to also participate. After doing that, when the two of you have done that, I'll ask the provincial chairs and secretaries, as the Nkosi Mahlangu said they are here, to comment on that. And then the members will come in, ask questions, and then progress in that fashion. That's how we'll do it. But whoever wants to say something, you are free to raise your hand on the platform. I'm trying to raise it with regard to our senior traditional leaders who are coming from the local houses, so that if there are issues that they want to bring, this meeting is open for everybody to participate. So there's no restriction. So over to you, DG. Then the CEO will follow. I see the presentation is on the screen now. You can proceed. DG.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I hope that I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members of the committee. Greetings to the Chairperson of the National House and the Deputy Chairperson as well, other members of the House and other Amakosi who are present in the meeting, and colleagues as well. I'm joined by our two DDGs, Mashandu and Mamukhaladi, and our Chief Director, Jacob Mashishi, and other support staff from the DG's office and the Deputy Minister's office. Chairperson, the presentation in details is now on the screen. I'm just going to ask with your permission, Chairperson, that Mr. Mashishi just highlight the key issues in the presentation as requested, so that then it can serve as a basis for the discussion going forward. Thanks, Chairperson.
May I proceed, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me also greet you, Chair, and greet honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Let me also greet the Chairperson of the National House, Nkosi Mahlangu, Deputy Chair, Nkosi Mamhlauli, and all other honorable members of other houses of traditional leaders, DG, my colleagues, and the Secretary of the National House. Chair, I'm just going to run quickly in a brief, as you have requested, through the presentation. What is now built is the outline of the presentation. The Indaba was held in 2017 on the 29th of May to the 2nd of June. It resolved on those 4 thematic areas: land ownership, tenure rights, and economic development. It resolved nation building and social cohesion, institutional capacity and support, constitutional and legislative mandate. The purpose really is to brief this Guest House on the progress that has been registered with regard to the resolutions of the 2017 Indaba. In terms of the background, Chairperson, this slide just talks about the attendees of the Indaba, traditional leaders across the country, officials of government departments, experts and academia in relation to areas or thematic areas of the Indaba. Contralesa and the National Cohesion Council participated during the Indaba, and so was the ministers and deputy ministers who were invited. The president opened the Indaba and the deputy president closed the Indaba. In terms of continuation of the background, traditional leaders resolved, as indicated, on a number of issues that were important to the institution of traditional leadership. Chair, what we are also highlighting, as you have said, is that the issues that were resolved, it was understood that they would be implemented over a short, medium to long-term periods. And the reason was that this is due to the fact that some of the resolutions required policy directive or amendments, especially the ones on land matters, as you would see in the presentation later. Some were also administrative issues that departments would implement. The Indaba Chairperson also, after the Indaba, my apologies, the department then consulted with the departments that were responsible for the resolutions of some of the Indaba decisions as they fall within their mandates. And this included, Chairperson, in slide 5, the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, Small Business Development, Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, Justice, Sports, Arts and Culture, Tourism, and our own sister department, the DCOC. We also presented the resolutions to the Governance, State Capacity and Institutional Development Working Cluster in order to ensure that the relevant departments that were affected are informed about the resolutions, and then they can then take them forward. In terms of progress, I will then take you, Chair, through the 4 thematic areas, starting with the land ownership, tenure rights, and economic development. The first issue that was resolved there was the issue of the 13% of land to be transferred to traditional councils. But traditional leaders also not only focused on the 13%, they also focused on the 87% that a land summit should therefore after be held to focus on the transformation of the 87% of the land parcel, and also, Chair, that the expropriation of the land in relation to Section 25 should focus on the 87% and not on the 13% that was understood to be already within the institution of traditional leadership. In other words, traditional communities are occupying that 13%. As a result of that resolution, government has, through the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, working together with DTA, conducted study visits to 2 African countries to benchmark on the land tenure suitable for traditional communities. These teams were led by Deputy Minister Babela and Deputy Minister Skwacha. The delegation, however, Chairperson, included traditional leaders, and further to that, a desktop analysis was conducted with countries such as Ghana, Mozambique, Rwanda, and Mexico in order to enrich the benchmarking exercise that was being undertaken at the time. Based on the lessons learned, Chair, government developed a pre-proposal on transfer of communal land that will be processed further. And in this regard, a draft consultative policy document on communal land was developed for wider consultation in the country, and we have already started with the consultations with the House. Recently, the National House was consulted on this matter. During the opening and the debate of the House in March this year, President also committed that the Land Summit will be held this year. However, that should be preceded by provincial summits. The IMC on land reform, chaired by the Deputy President, is also overseeing this commitment to ensure that the Land Summit is held this year. In terms of the continuation of this thematic area, we all remember that traditional leaders had a concern with the SPLUMA, the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, as they viewed it to be eroding the authority of traditional leaders within their areas of jurisdictions. Consultations were conducted with a view to find a solution to the impasse. And as we proceeded, it was found that Limpopo proposed a model which was preferred by traditional leaders on SPLUMA. The department therefore committed to work with provinces to promote the inclusion of traditional leaders in local government structures or in local structures for the implementation of SPLUMA, drawing from the Limpopo example. The department will further consult with the House, DPME, DCOC, Rural Development on SPLUMA, as they all have a role to play insofar as the SPLUMA is concerned. One other resolution was the issue of the establishment of the Land Commission as a Chapter 9 institution, and we believe that this will also form part of the Land Summit that will be held during the course of this year. Again, traditional leaders, Chair, were concerned about the lack of development in traditional communities, which also necessitated a resolution on socio-economic development for traditional communities. In this regard, the Agrarian Revolution program was viewed as one of the programs that can assist to bring about the much needed development in traditional communities. Focus now, Chair, is on the remodeling of the program based on the unfortunate experiences we had with the Agrarian Revolution program, as it was not that much successful. This is the work that is occupying the Department of COGTA, and we are working with them to ensure that the Agrarian Revolution that will be implemented through the CWP program benefits the traditional communities as it was intended. The National House, however, on the other hand, continued with its socio-economic development program, and in partnership with the Solidarity Fund, the House has been very much on the ground to implement the projects that fell under their partnership with the Solidarity Fund with regard to the identification of small-scale farmers and households that have benefited from the food and import voucher projects. And to this end, they had targeted 20,000 and 45,000 beneficiaries. In terms of the continuation of this thematic area, the department has also signed the MOU with the Department of Rural Development to assist the department to implement projects related to land agriculture and rural development, taking advantage of the communal land that has been blessed by Amakosi. The House has also launched the Invest Rural, which is aimed at developing a plan for each community based on the strength and areas, strength of areas and the communities in question in terms of what would each community offer in terms of development. The Invest Rural Chairperson is seen as a vehicle to ensure that the DDM is successfully implemented in traditional communities, and we think that it will bring about much needed infrastructure development that will create jobs and relieve our communities of some of the challenges that they are facing with regard to their socioeconomic situations. The Invest Rural approach will also be incorporated in the district development model, and the one plans of municipalities will also incorporate the wishes and aspirations of the communities as part of the Invest Rural approach. We are currently working with DCOC to ensure that the views and aspirations of traditional communities in terms of development, and as outlined in the Invest Rural, feature much in the district development model, are part of the one plan, and that municipalities and the whole local government structures, as they continue to implement programs at a local level, they take into account this important development imperatives. Chair, the next one is the thematic area on nation building and social. And the first resolution there was to accelerate the statutory recognition and participation of the traditional and Khoisan leaders in government programs. In this regard, Chair, the TKLA was enacted in 2019 and its commencement started on 1 April. And it makes provision for the statutory recognition of the Khoisan leaders and structures. With regard to the strengthening the participation of traditional leaders in municipal councils and government programs and structures, the TKLA's amended Section 81. The TKLA amended Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act, which deals with the participation of traditional leaders in municipal council. This section, Chair, is now elaborative and is more clearer to ensure that it gives meaningful participation of traditional leaders in municipal council. The amended section also addresses key gaps that relates to the participation of traditional leaders in council, as it was in the previous Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. We also, as DTA, developed the guidelines for the participation of traditional leaders in the DDM so that we assist and ensure that their participation is well understood and they also understand their role in the DDM. Chair, the next slide deals with nation building in continuation around the elimination of the cultural practices that violated the rights of individuals, which are legislated, in this case, the rights of women, children, and communities. The House has developed and implemented the awareness and transformation program for the protection of rights of women and other vulnerable groups around harmful cultural practices, such as Ugutwala, attacks on the people living with albinism, which we had experienced at that time, initiation abduction, which is still a challenge at the moment, patriarchy, gays and lesbians. The induction program, Chair, for members of the structures of the houses and for traditional councils, which will commence soon since TKLA has commenced, will include a program focusing on women empowerment and gender equality, in order to sensitize the structures about the importance of implementing the transformation imperatives within the sector in order to give effect to the Bill of Rights. And Chair, again, during the Women's Month dialogue held during 2020, the House received a briefing regarding challenges faced by the LGBTIQ plus community. As a result, the House and traditional leaders resolved to work towards contributing to the eradication of discrimination directed at this community. And in this regard, the House intended to educate communities about equality and sexual orientation. This will be an ongoing program of the House. Furthermore, the House participated in various engagements aimed at ending discrimination against the LGBTIQ community. It was further agreed that one of the mechanisms that can be used in this regard will be the rite of passage, which is initiation, to educate the young boys around how they should behave and how they should treat these other vulnerable groups so that we reduce this violence that is directed at these vulnerable groups of society. On page 10, Chair, the sector, in this case, that is the traditional leadership sector, also part insofar as women empowerment and gender equality is concerned. And here we are citing a number of interventions that were implemented by the House, which includes the fact that in the House we have got a women committee that is focusing on women empowerment and gender equality issues. The House is also represented at SANAC and moral regeneration programs or structures. The House has also successfully implemented the Project Diversity program in partnership with the Department of Justice and NPA, which was meant to fight gender-based violence and femicide, including discrimination directed at the LGBTQI society. The House has participated actively, Chair, during the court case involving a certain Jesile on Ugutwala as the friends of the court. And in that regard, the court found that Mr. Jesile was guilty of abduction. The participation of the National House at the first of its kind 2018 presidential summit on GBV, and in 2018, Nguskasim Klauli has been, and other members of the House, by the way, have participated actively and continue to do so beyond this presidential conference. Domestic violence workshops held in the provinces of Limpopo and Mpumalanga. The House has been also active in that regard. National House sessions aimed at ending discrimination against LGBTIQ society. Those, Chair, are some of the examples of the participation of the House insofar as women empowerment and gender equality, as well as protecting the rights of the LGBTI society is concerned. Chair, the next slide concludes the thematic area on nation building and social cohesion. This part deals with the issue of the establishment of regional and continental relations through the National House. So far, Chair, engagements have taken place with the traditional leaders in some of these African countries, including Uganda, Botswana, and Lesotho. These visits, Chair, were meant to establish relations, benchmarking on matters pertaining to the institution of traditional leadership, and Chair, included information exchange between these countries. We see this, Chair, as the ongoing work of the institution of traditional leadership, which will be carried out through the National House of Traditional Leaders. The next and third thematic area, Chair, is around institutional capacity and support. Let me also just apologize. In the first bullet there, members might have the presentation that was missing some words, but on the screen, Chair, we have just corrected that on the first bullet. Traditional leaders resolved that their dignity be resolved through the provision of equitable support, government has thus far, Chair, supported the institution of traditional leadership with tools of trade, amongst others. And provinces continue to be faced with this matter. However, Chair, as we have rightfully indicated, and as the Chair has said during his opening remarks, there continue to be challenges with regard to the support to the institution. In 2013, Chair, MINMEC approved the framework for the provision of enabled resources for traditional leaders. This framework set minimum standards for implementation by provinces. However, provinces could also customize and come up with their own standards, but would not set standards below the minimum ones. Provinces were seized with the implementation. However, as you rightfully indicated, Chair, there is unevenness in terms of the implementation of the provision of tools of trade, as well as related support to the institution of capacity of traditional leadership in order to provide the necessary support and capacity to the institution. As a result, DTA reviewed the framework and came up with the handbook, which is currently under consideration by the Budget Forum, so that the financial implications can adequately be considered by national and provincial treasuries, amongst others, so that we don't go back to experience the very same experiences we had with regard to the implementation of the framework. The next page 11 is a continuation of the thematic area. It was further resolved that the institution will advise government and participate in processes to strengthen the legislative framework. The TKLA in section 39 provides for this work to be undertaken and enables the traditional leadership to advise and influence policy direction of government. Chair, this is an interactive process wherein government engages traditional leadership to solicit the views and aspirations of communities through traditional leadership structures such as houses, with the latest, Chair, being policies on marriage, that is the latest marriage policy that is before us for inputs. There has been many other inputs, Chairperson, that the House has done. However, the section 39 now gives more time for the institution to be able to engage its structures to solicit views that represent the aspirations and wishes of traditional communities. So the time period provided by TKLA really is assistive to the institution. Owing to the commencement of the TKLA, the department will be focusing on the induction of the newly reconstituted council in order to equip them with the necessary skills to be better positioned to carry out their council functions. Chair, in this regard, training has already been scheduled with the support of LTCDA to be rolled out with effect from May 2021 as part of this capacity and support that we are providing to the institution. On page 11, the continuation there is that the issues of remuneration were also resolved during the Indaba, and there was a resolution pertaining to the constant engagement with the Commission to review the remuneration structure and to enable traditional leaders to effectively perform their functions. Chair, annually, traditional leaders through the House engages with the Remuneration Commission in order to review the remuneration dispensation of traditional leaders. The Remuneration Commission has thus indicated that they have also commenced with the comprehensive review of the dispensation for traditional leaders. It was further resolved that traditional leaders would be part of the pension scheme, that is the public office bearers pension scheme. This, Chair, has resulted in various engagements being undertaken, which were unfortunately unsuccessful because the public office bearers pension fund did not include traditional leaders in their fund. On medical aid, a determination was made that traditional leaders were eligible to join GEMS. However, some have since joined, but some have raised concerns around the appropriateness. Let me apologize for that slight mistake. around the appropriateness of expecting traditional leaders to join a government employees scheme, as they viewed it to be the scheme for officials rather than the one for public office bearers. The conclusion of this thematic area, Chair, is that the issue of the induction program of councillors, traditional leaders requested that the induction of traditional leaders and that of councillors be integrated. During the previous induction of councillors, Chair, traditional leaders were part of the induction program. We are also anticipating that post the 2021 local government elections, traditional leaders will be part of the induction program of the newly elected councillors. However, we'll also ensure that we engage our sister department, DCOC Salga, to ensure that this matter is taken into account. DTH has also developed guidelines on the provisioning and maintenance of infrastructure for traditional councils as part of this capacity and support as a thematic area. These were developed following consultations with the Department of Public Works and Investment and provincial departments. However, Chair, there are also challenges there with regard to the pace of implementation of these guidelines as the budget rests with provinces. And we find that in terms of assisting traditional councils with this infrastructure, such as traditional councils, the pace is not as one would have expected. And of course, that can be attributed to the resource constraints. The last thematic area, Chair, is on constitutional and legislative mandate. And this one, Chair, traditional leaders were concerned about the status of traditional legislation, that it was taking too long to come to pass. However, at this moment, the following can be reported: that the traditional courts bill is still undergoing parliamentary processes. The CIB has undergone all the necessary parliamentary processes, and it is expected that the president will enact the CIB into an act sooner, probably during the course of this financial year. The TKLA has been enacted in 2019 and it has commenced. In relation to this one, we are anticipating and we will be working with provinces to ensure that they align their provincial legislation with the TKLA. The issue of Chapter 7 and 12 is an issue that the department is still seized with, and at an appropriate time, this work will also be reported. The next slide, which is slide Chairperson. I see my battery. Apologies for that.
There's somebody with macro with a name called RSA. I wonder what is that. That's why you are being disrupted, Mr. Mashishi, because that microphone is on. You can proceed, Mr. Mashishi.
Thank you very much, Chair. The conclusion on this thematic area, Chair, was that Indaba resolved that the department should back to the uniform implementation legislative framework by provinces, and the recently proclaimed it gives the minister in section dealing with regulations the authority to issue regulations for the uniform implementation of the Act. Provinces will be commencing with the alignment of their legislation. We will be working with them, Chairperson, and this will, among us others, set the norms and standard as it was resolved by the Indaba for uniform implementation of legislation. As for the development of the African customary law, the department developed customary laws of succession and genealogy research reports for selected kinships and queenships as a starting point. And we believe we will continue to work on this matter, Chairperson. We have also visited other countries such as Namibia together with the National House, and if I remember, Canada. And we were also working with the University of Northwest and University of Cape Town chairperson through the chairperson of the National House on the development of customary law, including its codification. Chairperson, in brief, that then concludes the presentation, and let me take this opportunity to thank you, Chairperson and honorable members, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mashishi. If you can remove the presentation. Can you remove it from the screen, please? There we are. CEO of the House, is there anything that you want to present or say as well? Or you are covered?
No, Chairperson, thank you. I think one would basically say is covered. The Mashishi has covered a lot of things that were raised by the institution.
Let me see you as well. Can I see you? Okay.
Yes, Chairperson, now you can see me. Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, Mashishi has covered us. I think he has even responded on some issues that we did raise in our initial presentation, Chairperson, which was circulated to members of the committee. It doesn't differ that much. The only thing is the concern that the Institution of Traditional Leaders has up to now is that since 2017, the Presidential Land Summit was not held, and that was the point of contention up to now. But with a promise that was made during the debate of the opening address of the President this year, the Indaba, I mean the Presidential Indaba, will indeed be held this year, and to us that is a plus, because that is what we've been looking for a very long time. Then the other thing is, which it was mentioned as well, is the issue of communal land. Chair, during Indaba, the decision was taken that the land that is already in possession of traditional councils, the land wherein traditional councils have jurisdiction, that land ought to be registered in the name of the traditional council. Remember, Chair, the traditional council is a structure that represents the community under that traditional leader. If you say Sithole Traditional Council, that is the community Yawastole. So all those, that community, the name of that community, it is named in that particular traditional council. So when the land is registered, it should be registered in the name of the traditional council. However, Chairperson of the National House, Nkosi uMahlangu, did mention earlier on about the Invest Rural. Now, the Invest Rural emanates from the engagement that took place in 2017 during the Indaba. We, at that stage, traditional leaders said, we assume that now we have land. Then what? So then they came up with this Invest Rural. It started in 2017, and it evolved until where it was launched this year. It's a program that has been well thought of, and that addresses a number of challenges that are there in the rural areas, coupled with the developmental monarch. It goes hand in hand, because the institution of traditional leadership, if it becomes a developmental monarch, it will therefore talk nothing else but development, and it will ensure that communities under traditional leadership do get that particular development that they need. So the whole influx from rural areas to urban areas will not be seen as it is happening now. Therefore, there will be balance, and Westby, Chair, there will be a development of rural communities, just as the development is taking place in urban areas. Small things, Chair, if you can check, very small things, like a provision of a free Wi-Fi. You will find it in urban areas, in some parts in townships, but you will not get it in municipalities. Maybe not all of them. In some municipalities under the areas of traditional leaders, or where traditional institutions are, there's no Wi-Fi that is provided by the municipality there, and therefore the learners, or the young people, if I may call it that way, in those areas are unable to have the access as those who are in urban areas or in townships are. Therefore, the development becomes skews. So, Chair, I wouldn't go that much, because I think Umashishi has covered both the National House and the department in terms of the implementation of the Indaba resolution. Remember, Chair, it's not only 2017, but in 2018, we National House and provincial houses had Ili, which was held in KZN. And in 2019, National House had Chivitso, which was held in Mpumalanga. And last year we had a midterm review. Now all this, the Lekgotla, the Chivitso, we're stressing on the importance of the implementation of 2017 Indaba, specifically on the transfer of land, because traditional leaders in their communities don't see land as land, but when they see land, they see something that has heritage in it, something that will be used for posterity by their communities. So, Chair, that is all that I would say for now. And thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. Giatogos.
Thank you, CEO. Can I see by show of hands of the provincial leaders who wants to say something before I allow members of parliament? Or you will participate post the members of parliament having asked questions? Because I don't see anyone raising a hand on the platform. I'll presume maybe you can allow us then to raise issues, then you will come in a way of responses or inputs later. Honorable Kleza, your hand was up.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am speaking to you in a divided focus here in terms of what I'm doing. I'm in a constituency, but thank you very much for allowing us to speak, Chairperson. Chairperson, the first thing that I wanted to speak to was the issue of the chairperson of the House, when he spoke about them being treated to the level of the president as a by the way issue. Now, Chairperson, that is problematic for us, because we are from traditional communities, if not all of us, where because of where we are in terms of growth levels, not where we are in terms of parliament, but in terms of where we are now currently as adults, it's because of the guidance and the advices of our traditional leaders. And this has to be taken very seriously by government. I do not think that they get it, that institution in South Africa is still as much important. At some point, I think they would have to let go of that attitude and really treat our traditional leaders as serious leaders of this country, as much as we treat religious leaders with with dignity they deserve. The Constitution allows this, Chairperson. We can go on to quote Section 211 of the Constitution, and we can go on to quote many clauses in the Constitution in terms of the rights that are given to our traditional leaders. And so I'm very, very happy that you've come to this point of bringing traditional, because embedded in that traditional community and traditional leaders is our culture. Because we are in an African continent and we should behave like that. And we shouldn't be seen to be eroding that which was a part of us and part of our culture, because while you are not taking seriously the traditional leaders, you are not taking seriously the culture of our people, and then you are not speaking to the decolonization of culture, of society, in terms of understanding and put measures in place to actually put the right history to our people, not of 1652 and so forth. We need traditional leadership to then speak to the heritage of our people. We have written books about how these things should be done in terms of academic institutions to actually capture properly our history of this country in terms of the land, in terms of when were we in the land. Because now we speak of 1913, we are caught up in the colonial history. We speak of 1913, nobody is speaking before that, because we have not taken seriously the traditional way of our people to speak to our heritage. That's one. Number two, Chairperson, we would then have a serious problem going forward if we are not speaking to the issue of the development of the customary law, in terms of what I said yesterday about the participation of women in terms of women's rights as enshrined in section in section 108 of 1996 Constitution, that women's rights to equally and are equally, and their property rights have been protected by the Constitution. Yet women continue to face obstacles, both social and legally, to accessing and using property. There are serious consequences to this disposition of land that women traditionally experience as a result of customary law. Women in rural areas rely on access to land to perform subsistence farming, to produce food and provide for children. Access to land and security of rights to land are critical factors of combating poverty. Chairperson. Promotion of public awareness about the vitality of the changes in the law is also vitally important, because if you say that this is what you have done in terms of ensuring that the LGBTQI issues are being addressed by the deputy chairperson and so forth, and the women issues and the development of customary law are actually addressed. What mechanisms are there to ensure that the public is aware? Because there's stigmatization, there's historical stigmatization that women belong to the kitchen. There's historical stigmatization that the LGBTQI cannot exist amongst us. What are we going to do? Are we killing them? Are we going to kill them and do them away and wish them away? They are here right now, Chairperson, and those are the things that I'm worried about. And then I'm worried about, we spoke about the investment and the lack of economic activities in those areas, in rural communities. Nothing is happening here, such that we have an erosion of rural communities into urban areas, because the ruling party has just decided post 1994 that we're going to be safe and take an already established economy and build on it, and never build anything, and just recycle it like that, and not be innovative in terms of developing the rural areas to discourage the deliberate migration that categorizes our people as perpetual workers and not as producers. You see, that we must produce our children, we must produce our expertise and else.
Khosi Munchiwa, please.
Which is not what.
Khosi Munchiwa, can you mute your microphone? Those laughs, it's a problem.
So we would like
to know.
Honorable Leza. Okay, Chair.
Can I deal with Khosi Munchiwa, please? Can you mute your microphone? I've said that. Whatever we do, can we please mute our microphones so that we don't disrupt speakers? It's my humble plea, please, honorable members of the House, please. Proceed, Honorable Teza.
Mine is that short, and so the Constitution also guarantees equality and discrimination and discrimination on grounds such as gender and race as is prohibited. As a consequence, customary laws that are discriminatory on the grounds of gender and race are unconstitutional. And the Court has struck down laws that prevent women from owning property within customary marriages and inherit property. Those are the things that I think that they are progressive. They will assist the South African community going forward in terms of the development of the customary law, and what then should speak to the rights of women and vulnerable communities within the traditional communities, Chairperson. And the other worrisome factor is the reduction, or in terms of Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act, which requires each MEC to issue a gazette which regulates the participation of traditional leaders in municipal affairs. Not all MSA have done this, and we need, as a community, as a committee, to then say that what is COCTA going to do now that the traditional leaders have rejected the reduction of participation in the council. And so, Chairperson, those are my submissions there in terms of what I prepared. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
It's much appreciated, and I allowed you to go on and on because I know of the passion you have on these matters. Yes. But what I find it strange, colleagues, we have adopted the program. It seems as if most of you, we agreed that we're going to use this day to interact with this, but of late I was told you are in constituencies, but we'll deal with it, it's okay. Then let's allow Honorable Kavan Chava to raise issues as she love to raise them.
Thank you,
I seem to have connection not to hear you. Is your data and network okay? Let's try it and see.
have a few shares. Sorry.
Can the other members attend here? Hold it on there. Let me check with others. Maybe it's on my side. Can you hear the member, please?
You are
Can
not
I check?
hearing me correctly. You hear
We can't hear, Chair.
me?
We can hear you. We can hear you. Thank you,
Hello?
Honorable Speaker. I thought it was
Hello,
myself.
Chair.
We can hear you. Can you get a better connection and get a better connection? Let's hear you. Try it without a video. Try it now again.
Hello?
Yes, that's better. That's
Oh,
better. Proceed.
Okay. Chair, let me greet my chairperson with my colleagues, firstly, and our traditional leaders and the Department of House of Traditional Leaders. Chairperson, as much as we are defending the House of Traditional Leaders as members of Parliament and their land, but Chair, I have a problem. There was the time where the Ingonyama Trust land was attacked. We didn't hear them saying anything. It was well and good to them, the Ingonyama Trust to be and land to be attacked, and my observation, it seems like they are not defending each other, even themselves. It is good when they are sitting where they seated, when other their nkosis or kings or chiefs attacked, they just keep quiet. I have a problem of that. Maybe if they can maybe clarify us, why did they keep quiet when the Ingonyama Trust land was attacked by the government? Because as we are saying here, one of the chiefs said the land in the traditional leadership house of leadership, it seems like it's the heritage of which is true. That is true. That is why the Ingonyama Trust is securing the land of Ingonyama. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chava. Can I? There's not any other member. It should be my turn now.
Hello? Hello, Ngosukule speaking.
No, we don't do like that. You raise your hand. If you
No, I'm
can't,
okay,
you
can you
raise your
connect?
hand on the chat. On the chat, Nkosikole. You raise it on the chat. It's still,
No, it
we're
says
still
to me,
busy.
it's unmuted, ma'am.
Yeah, but mute your microphone, I'll recognize you. It's a bit disruptive. Nobody will mute you unless if your microphone was on, then the admin will mute you because you are not recognized by the chairperson to speak.
Can you please refer me to the chairperson, ma'am?
I'm the chairperson.
Yes, can you unmute me?
You are
Because I
not
can't.
muted. You are talking, not being recognized in Kosovo.
Okay, ma'am.
You are talking, not being recognized. That's the way the
That's right.
problem lies.
Okay.
Mute your microphone. I'll call your name now that I know that you want to speak. Can you mute your microphone for now?
Let me just check it, ma'am.
You do it quietly, not talking. Just mute
Okay.
quietly, not talking. Please. There you go. I have issues here. It will, when after that, then yes, I will allow Inkosi Ngonyama, Inkosi Gule to speak. But before that, we get responses first from the department, then I will allow all of you, because initially I had said, let's do that. Nobody raised their hands. I think the issue that is very critical on the presentation, as it was said from the department, on slide 6 and 7, there's this report that says on the suspension of SPLOMA. This is the matter that's coming from 2017. In all fairness, colleagues, DG, you are still saying you are going to Limpopo. Yes, we've noted the progress that Limpopo has had thus far. But then on your part, as the department that is the lead department, on your presentation, you are still saying you are going to work with the other provinces and also consult the other departments, including our National House, DPME, Department of Land, Rural and Development. Then I've got a worry that if this just stays that without a time frame, this is gonna be going like that indefinitely, because I should think by now, you noting this, it's a problem. And it's coming from the Indaba. To me, that was one of the short-term things that, isn't that you have identified the implementation of this resolution as short-term, medium, and long-term. But if Limpopo has done that, because this is what we've been hearing since 2019, that Limpopo has done this. Now we're in 2021, 3 years later, the department will still work with provinces. Can you share with us what has the department done thus far with these other provinces than to say we'll work? Because I've got a problem with that, because this is gonna continuing until 5 years, whereas there's one province that has already taken the lead. Maybe clarity on that one, then we're told what's happening in those other provinces while the work is in progress. Actually, what are the things, what is the meaning of to say you're going to work? What is it that you're going to do? Maybe that clarity will assist us a great deal to that effect. Then talking to the slide number 7 again, on the agrarian revolution matter. Yes, you are saying it wasn't much success, and then DCOC will have to review its model. Maybe share with us, because we know that there were traditional leaders that benefited from this CWP program. When you say that this didn't work well, what do you actually mean? Where this agrarian revolution program was piloted? Maybe share with us which few traditional communities that this program was piloted. You name them and tell us what were the weaknesses, what were the shortcomings. That's the issue in relation to the CWP program. Because if we say we are told it didn't work well and we don't know what are the challenges, even if when DCOC is still going to work on that one, those problems, if they're not resolved, they are likely going to recur. So these are the issues that we want you to share more information with us. And then on the issue of the food and input vouchers, wherein you are saying, I think this is for the House, that this was done by the House in solidarity with the Solidarity Fund, wherein small-scale farmers and households were to benefit from the food and input voucher project that are part of food security programs. And then this mention of 20,000 beneficiaries and 45,000 beneficiaries that were identified for the food and input voucher projects respectively. I've got the difficulty to let it go there without somebody telling us the impact and actually if these numbers actually received these vouchers, or if not yet, what is the rollout plan to make sure that these 20,000 and 45,000 beneficiaries that are identified to receive this, what is the status quo? And I'm raising it because there are leaders from province, from the local houses also, they will attest to us whether these things has happened. That's the other issue that I wanted to get clarity on. Again, on slide 8, you talk about the rural development initiative, a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Development to assist the communities. In this particular matter, you're referring to the communities in the traditional areas to implement projects related to land, agriculture, and rural development, taking advantage most among the land that is pledged by AMACOS. When did you sign this memorandum of agreement? I'm raising that memorandum of understanding because is it another document that is lying somewhere? If indeed, depending on what will be the response, definitely you signed it immediately. That's my thinking, that you could have signed it immediately because I'm not seeing this for the first time. In your other report in 2019, you made mention of this MOU. What are these provision of, when and how are these provision of that MOU in terms of what the objective was, are being implemented to these rural communities? Is there anything tangible that you can showcase here and say, this is a consequence of us signing this memorandum of understanding with the Department of Agriculture, Land and Rural Development? Because it's here, it's in the report that you've signed a memorandum of understanding. Any of the objectives of the memorandum of understanding that has been achieved thus far that you can then showcase and show us that you have indeed done something to that effect. Going to the Invest Rural approach, which was launched then by the House itself. And then we are told this is going to be incorporated into the district development models. And we know as we're speaking, there are municipalities in these countries that have been piloted. And then if we are saying we're still going to be incorporated, is that incorporated on those pilot projects? That pilot municipalities that are being piloted to on the district development model? If not, I'm worried to say with this thing to say we're going to incorporate, and then you don't tell us the specifics. When are you going to do it and how? Is it for the pilot? Because also what I've picked up is that even when they are not pilot, government has adopted an approach to say, that's why you see all political champions are deployed to the various districts. So I just want to know, where do we locate? It said it's going to be incorporated. Well, because I'm raising this because now municipalities now are finalizing their budgets, plans. You know, next month there will be IDPs. I happened to attend one in my community here where I'm staying here in the village. And I had wanted to see this thing also happening. We talk about these issues of Invest Rural. I can't see these things happening. And then it's here on paper that this, it will be incorporated into the DDM, and the one plans of municipalities will incorporate the aspirations and wishes of the Invest Rural approach. I'm raising with this based on the following. If you check these municipalities, that what they do, there's no focus on traditional leaderships in most of them. What they are focused on, these municipalities, is solely just to provide the services. And in towns, you go to most rural areas. I've used last week in Kosimatlangu to visit various traditional leadership in Bembe on those areas where there was a municipality that was disestablished, and you find that certain areas of the traditional leadership now belong to one municipality because that municipality was divided. The other portion was sent to Mosina, the other one was sent to Tolamela. You find a situation where now, towards the end of the term in Kosimatlangu, even the municipal manager doesn't know this area of this particular traditional area belong in their area, in the new municipality. And in essence, it means that community has never received any service from the municipality since its incorporation in 2016. Now they are left with 5 months in Kosimatlangu and other honorable senior traditional leaders in our midst, without that tribal authority being serviced. So that's why I'm raising this issue. I'm stuck on it because now municipalities are busy planning. And where you are seated, also DG and the CEO, you know how these IDP processes are done. Have you ever made an analysis through your research offices, because you have got a research program to check if the aspirations of traditional leaders are taken into consideration as and when these IDPs are made? I'm raising it also because of my experience over the last week. I hope your colleague, Kosibone Tengwe Ngosi Matlangu, will share with you what we have seen there. There are instances wherein you find that things are just happening. The councillor doesn't talk to the traditional leader Bede, and I know it's nationwide. All of you who are seated here will attest to that. At some point, even if it's housing projects, the Inkosi there will just be surprised seeing houses being built there. Whereas there's been a requirement that in those ward committees, there must be a rep from the traditional authorities. In other areas, those things are not happening. So I'm stuck on this matter on the rural initiative, because if things were done properly, this is the thing, because we are saying the intentions are very good on this Invest Rural, or this is going to be a catalyst for development of traditional communities. It's a pity there's no one from DCOC here, because I would have loved the colleagues from DCOC to be the ones that addresses this, because that is part also of their committees. But the DG, you are in one ministry. And at some point, that's why I get worried when we're discussing the matters that affect municipality. There's no rep from this Department of Traditional Affairs, because these things are interlinked, they are interrelated. So that's the point that I want to get clarity on, as I said, because you are saying this is going to be part of the DDM, and the DDM is unfolding. When are we going to see this thing actually being realized, as you put it? Then on slide 9, on nation building, you talk about the TKLA amending the Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. And then you said the amendment then is key then in addressing the gaps of participation of traditional leadership. You all know that the Structures Act, though we have passed it as the legislature, is not yet signed by the president. Maybe you must assist us, because isn't that when we came in ourselves, this act has been processed by the previous parliament that came before us. Because I've spoken to everybody and our researcher, and the response you said yesterday was that this is part of the schedule of the Structures Act, the amended one. Maybe because you have been there when this act was passed in here, and that's not the matter, because ours was to finalize this act when we came in, and I didn't see the actual schedule. Can you share with us that schedule so that you tell us what you are saying this act, this new act has done that? Because I'm raising this based on the fact that the outcomes of our inner, when you were presenting to us while we were in Cape Town, the input from your department, DG, on this matter of the Municipal Systems Act, on the issue of the participation. Because the reality is that some MEC opt to gazette fewer traditional leaders, and others. That's why we said when we interacted with you, then if certain traditional leaders are gazetted to participate, if there are so many, and from where I seated, there's not even any financial implication, because if you have this senior traditional leadership within this municipality, why not make them all participate? And then you put some until the whole term finishes. There's no even rotation of all traditional leadership, so that they can then benefit out of the discussions that are happening in that actual municipality. And then where we were, because the issues that I'm beginning to also understand, DG, we agreed also in terms of your own commitment in November 2019, that you are going to deal with the harmonization of the relations between traditional leadership and government. And you are on record saying that you have initiated the development of regulations on Section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act, and you are consulting with provinces on the draft. That was 2019. The question is, what is the status of that draft now? Where is it? And then you've been consulting since 2019, we're in 2021 now. Will this regulation actually see the light of the day, or what? And I heard you yesterday, although I was traveling, I was in attendance of that meeting, saying that this has been addressed by the TKLA. And I think I've got a different view to that effect, unless somehow on the schedule, even when the schedule is, because the regulations, they still remain a necessity. Because also if you check what happens there, they go this traditional leadership in those councils like spectators. They're not given any right to speak. Safe to say that they're just going there to add the numbers. And where I'm seated, they could be doing certain things in their constituencies that would be very beneficial than to go to just sit in a meeting and observe the proceedings of the meeting, more so that they are given the agendas that they can still read at their own time. So when we said develop regulations, develop norms and standards, it was solely for these reasons. And I don't even see how this amended TKLA Act, even if the schedule will address this without a proper regulation on that. Because even if the act is there, there has to be a directive. What you are trying to say here also, we needed to see norms and standards. Uniformity across the country because we're not a federal republic. Then this regulation will also empower this MEC who has got the power to gazette to make sure that every tribal authority is represented in those councils, because I don't see any logic on that one. Then the other issue that you said you have done at the time to harmonize traditional leadership and governance, which I don't see it in your progress report here. You had said as a department you've developed a model, a cooperative governance model for traditional leadership. And then you said the model emphasizes participation of traditional leadership in the governance structures of government across the three spheres in a way of creating harmonious relationship between the two. Where I'm seated, I still need to see that model. I haven't seen it. Despite our requests that you must give it to us, also share it amongst maybe the traditional leadership will tell us they've seen this model and then that has been developed. And is it working? They could tell us on the whether this model works or does not work. Or whether this model works or does not work. Because we are settled is there. Then you told us in 2019 that DTA has also developed and is currently implementing guidelines for the participation of traditional leaderships in the IDP process. Then, like I said earlier, I still need to see. I was once told in 2009 by the department that there is this guideline for the participation. And why don't I see you in this IDP process? And then you said that guideline was about how traditional leadership can play their role in the process of the IDPs. But then I don't see it happening. So these are some of the issues that I feel we need a response. And with this ample time that we're having here, I think you can assist us understand how these things work. The last part of my issues that I'm speaking it also on behalf of those that didn't come to the meeting. Regarding this provincial summits, because I think the CEO, you've also raised it to say, you have been promised a national land summit since 2017. And then there was a requirement that this would take place prior to the national one. And even now on the president's opening of the House this year, the president is committed to that. But then the provincial one must precede these ones. My understanding where I'm seated, the Department of Traditional Affairs should be the lead to coordinate to make sure that these provinces do that. And then to avoid the situation where in the president time and again is made cost to make commitments that don't get delivered like this one. I mean, in all fairness, colleagues, with due respect to my seniors, my traditional leadership, to me, why does it have to take 4 years to just convene a national land summit? Maybe the department must clarify us that. And then when the president said this thing is going to take place this year, he said it during the mechanism and processes that the department has put in place to make sure that you coordinate it, to make sure that provinces hold their provincial summits. And then I want to also know, because now you must coordinate both the provincial that will then, it will precede the national summit. Can you tell us what are the envisaged timelines for convening these summits? We don't want to leave this meeting without knowing that. And then what will be your role as a department in this regard? Having spoken to the issue of the agrarian revolution program, I think I've said that to say, for those that has been piloted, what lessons emerged in respect of those traditional communities in which the agrarian revolution program was piloted. I'm raising this so that even if we were to do that in future, when we develop programs and projects, we don't implement projects that are subjected to lead to failure. And then the other issue that one want to raise, during the engagement of 23 February 2021, there was a robust discussion around these input vouchers that I have raised. And then I've raised issue here, the issue, if you recall, there were different figures that were mentioned there as well. The main issue was that the 2,000 Rand allocated per voucher was ridiculous in the context of small-scale farming. That was an issue that was raised again. So the follow-up also to that is that, has the department reflected on the questions raised in this matter, namely whether it's possible to review that amount of 2,000 Rand per small-scale farmer? The other issue that is very critical, and I think even the traditional leaders will agree with me. Mr. Mashishi, when you were presenting, you said the implementation were on the short term, medium, and long term. I think we've passed the short term period now. We have passed the medium term period now because we're almost towards the end of 5-year term. Anything beyond the 5-year term is a long term thing. Can yourselves now as a department provide to us as members of this portfolio committee, including all the traditional leaders who are in our midst, a concrete example of a resolution from all those resolutions that are listed in the 2017 Traditional National Indaba that has been implemented fully and successfully so? Can you show us one, please, DG? Let me end it here. The hands that are up are the questions or comments Inkosi Kazingonyama and Inkosi Gule, or you'll allow them to respond, then I'll allow you an opportunity to speak later. Do you want to ask questions as well, Inkosi Kazingonyama?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think let us afford them an opportunity to respond to your concerns that you have raised. So then we will come after they've responded. There's a lot that we need to clarify, and at least maybe when they respond, our clarities will be covered. But let us wait for them to tell exactly what is happening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ngozi Kasi. Let's hand over to you, DG and team, and then if there are issues that the National House wants to respond to as well, that's the opportunity. DG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the feedback, the comments made also by the honorable members. Some of the issues I think will be taken up by our traditional leadership relating to the question raised by the Honorable Kabansaba. I think perhaps just to make an opening response before I get to the specifics. I think the the presentations as it stands, a key thing in the presentation is that where it relates to issues such as legislation within the competence of the Department of Traditional Affairs and the Ministry of Cooperative, there is movement that has been reported. Of course, there's been significant delays at a point when the process of the development of legislation was outside the control of the department. So that challenge has remained, and that frustration that the institution of traditional leadership has experienced, we've shared in that frustration, because it has impacted also in terms of our own work when it comes to the sector. Where it relates to legislation that is not under the authority of this department, such as the Traditional Courts Bill, what could be done at best at the time was to facilitate engagements that could look at exploring options to take the process forward. And as it happened, the former Minister Mkhize, organized such an engagement with members of the House, with Contralesa, with the relevant portfolio committees at Birchwood to engage in discussions where some options were explored and the matter was taken forward through Parliament. But the frustration remains. I can say to this committee that the team had a meeting with the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, where they were saying, in the absence of the Traditional Courts Bill, what are the interim measures that can be used to make sure that the functioning of traditional courts is not frustrated? And I know they came to me with proposals to say we can use this section and that section of the, I think it was called the Black Administration Act, if I'm not mistaken, of 1927 and so on. But there were fundamental questions of constitutionality there, especially because many of the sections of that act, which was used previously for delegating powers to traditional leaders to preside over disputes in traditional courts, they could not be utilized anymore, those provisions. So it's a frustrating matter, and we can't say there is progress on a matter like this when where we are sitting, we still don't have an enabling legislation for the traditional courts to function the way they should. Chairperson, you mentioned a number of issues relating to guidelines, and we can indeed share those guidelines. They were developed on participation in IDP processes, on participation in the DDM, and so on. But ultimately, these are instruments that can be taken forward in the partnerships that we go into. So there is nothing that when there are issues between this councillor and one of our traditional leaders in terms of involving them in the IDP processes, it becomes difficult for us to say on the basis of guidelines to say let's push this through and it will happen. So it's that remains a frustration as well, to say, okay, whilst the guidelines might say this is good practice, and indeed we know of some of our traditional leaders who have said in some of their areas that they are good examples where they are working well together. Now, how do we make sure that that cuts across? And we can't say that it has been resolved, because it can't be resolved by guidelines. It needs much, much, much more than that. So how do we then take that process forward? Because we can't say to the committee that following the development of the guidelines, the problem has been solved. It has not been solved. The guideline is at best a good practice document that can be then can be used. But if there is a problem of will, if there is a problem on the other side at a practical level to work together, I think we need to see how we we support each other and share ideas on how to unlock those issues. You raised, Chairperson, the issue of Section 81. Section 81. What we'll do is, Chairperson, we will share that copy with you, because what happened was that with the Traditional and Questions Leadership Act coming into effect, it doesn't change the Municipal Structures Act, but it replaces that schedule that was introduced by the Traditional and Questions Leadership Act, replaces what used to be about 4 or so paragraphs as Section 81 in the Municipal Structures Act. So you'll see now in the current Municipal Structures Act, not the amendment process that our colleagues in DCOC are responsible for. Just by mere fact of this one coming into effect on the 1st of April, if you look at the Municipal Structures Act as it is now, the Section 81 is the new one, and it's much longer than the one that was there before. And we will share that document with the committee. And I think when it comes to the other areas, I mean, we have been aware of the frustration on there has been engagements. I remember when the House had a land indaba in Durban. I think it was around June 2018 or 2019. That when that indaba took place, the then minister responsible for this portfolio was invited to talk to the House, and I was in that meeting. You could tell that even out of that engagement, the frustration was still there because the issue has not been dealt with. So when in the presentation the issue of engagement is being raised, it doesn't mean that it's still going to start. It has happened before. It has been raised with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. But the issue is how do we unlock it? Because in terms of mandates and competence, we are not going to be able to do it ourselves. So the current process now with the IMC on land reform chaired by the Deputy President has packaged all these issues to say, as we now have these preparations towards a land summit, let us deal with all the land related issues where the concerns have been raised. And I think even when it comes to the Limpopo example, it's not, I mean, in our own structures as officials, the Limpopo example has been shared. The Limpopo example has been discussed. But then there needs to be a process to say, how do they unlock it and get that part attended to? And that's the frustration that we have to admit to, that we are still expressing that frustration. I mean, experiencing that frustration ourselves. I think on the specific issues relating to the previous projects on agrarian revolution that were funded through the CWP, amongst others, our colleague is here, our DDG Mashandu. She has a list of those projects. You'll be able to speak to them, and then also to talk about the lessons that have been learned from that. I have also asked her to talk about I'll ask her to also talk about this MOU with the Department of Agriculture. The MOU is a recent thing. It's a recent thing that we've entered into. And I think it arises out of the
DG, what is recent? When?
No, that's why I say she's going to deal with the specifics when she responds. And it arose out of the frustration that we had when we started engaging with the Institution of Traditional Leadership and say a pledged land that can then be used for agricultural projects. And traditional leaders came on board. They came on board and they pledged hectares and hectares of land to say this should be used for that purpose. But what was the next step? The next step was now to have our partners, such as agriculture, land reform and rural development, to then go into these areas to assess, do soil testing, all kinds of things. And then secondly, also facilitate the process where it can be, guidance can be provided as to what is it that can succeed agriculture-wise in this area. Now, we got stuck there. We got stuck because the traditional leaders were saying the land is here now, assist us to go forward. But that expertise we didn't have. The resources also to make sure that the farming inputs are procured. We couldn't assist. So the MOU seeks to create a formal basis for working together where we will say to them that in terms of when you say you're going to have a planting season during the course of this 5 years, there is land that is available. Now, we need the expertise that you have, and we need the resources that your provincial counterparts also have, so that we can assist the institution. But you'll see from that experience that there's plenty of hectares of land that were identified and pledged by traditional leaders. But the next step became a difficult one there. But I think, Chairperson, with your permission, if Mashandu could speak to those specific projects relating to the agrarian revolution at the time, the MOU that we are having with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, and then any other issues that she has identified. Our colleague, the DDG, Shoki Mukhaladi, is also here. She will pick up on some of the things, and then I can make further additions if there are other areas that have not been addressed. But I think I just wanted to make that point that of course it can't be said that the issues resolved by the Indaba in 2017 that they have all been attended to, especially a number of those issues where we would need the assistance and the cooperation of other partner institutions to work with us. The frustration is still there, Chairperson. DDG Mashandu, if you could come in, please.
Thank you, Chairperson, members of Parliament, Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson of National House, Chairpersons from provinces, DG, and colleagues. Chairperson, regarding the Agrarian Revolution Program, in 18-19 financial year, there were 14 pilots that were 14 sites that were piloted, and they were in the Eastern Cape, KZN, Northwest, and Mpumalanga. The value in terms of the amount that was allocated, you are looking at around 100 million. And as it was indicated, the funding was coming from a CWP program. So we were working together with CWP. The chairperson also was asking about the lesson learned.
Before you move, can you share those 14 sites, their names, before you even go there? Don't give us incomplete information, please.
Okay.
When you say 14 sites in Mpumalanga, you tell us exactly where in Mpumalanga, KZN, where, like that. Do that.
Okay. In the Eastern Cape, Chairperson, we are looking at Hagebe community, where there was a provision of inputs and mechanization, which is under Matole district. You're looking at the area around Mount Elif and Mount Frere. And also there was one traditional community area in Krisani, Amatole. Trisani municipality. In KZN, it's Mbangisweni and Nkosuzondo, and in Utsugela, you're looking at Emangwaneni, which was a piggery project, and Emambateni, which is under my... Yes, Chairperson.
You are inconsistent with your reporting. On the top one, you didn't mention the name of the project. Here at Utukela, you know it's a bigger project. Can you also mention the projects like you are doing on others?
Okay. The first one
if
was...
you don't have... Yes. That's what the DG said, you have specifics, eh?
Yes, Chairperson, we do have a list of of those sites and the description of the project. Like I indicated earlier, Chairperson, that with the Eastern Cape, the first one, it was Herkebe community, which is the provision of inputs and mechanization. The next one was on crop production. And the third one, it was on grain farming. And the KZN in Bangisweni, we're looking at about citrus and vegetable farming. Or Kahlamba, Emangwaneni, we are looking at piggery. Emambateni, we are looking at vegetable farming and poultry. New Swamlamuli, in KZN, you're looking at goat farming. And you also looking at Gwandelu, it was mixed vegetables. Enyandeni, which is Ngosujali, also you're looking at vegetable production. And Umkhanyakude, which was under Ndunumkize, you're looking at crop farming. And again, you're looking at KZN, Kahlamba, in one traditional community, you're looking at mixed vegetable farming. In Mpumalanga, it was farm in a box. It was
Mpumalanga where? Mpumalanga where? Mpumalanga where?
Sabuswa, a traditional community. It was farm in a box, and that you're looking at sheep production there. In Northwest, it was a sunflower, the project on a sunflower.
Which traditional authority in Northwest?
It's Molode. It's Molode. Molode Traditional Council. It's under Bojanala Municipality, which was around sunflowers.
How do you spell that traditional council?
MOLOTE.
Mulot.
And Bojanala.
What was the project all about?
It was on sunflower.
Khosi Muntiwa, can you mute your microphone, please? Khosi Muntiwa, can you mute your microphone, please? It's causing a disruption. There's a lot of noise there.
Okay.
Behind you. Can you mute your microphone, please? Proceed. You were still at Modoto Traditional in Bujanala. The next one. You are muted, DG. DDG. Unmute your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
You.
Sorry, Chairperson.
The next one in Northwest.
I think we are done, Chairperson.
It was only one in Northwest.
Yes.
So I will be correct to say most of the project will in KZN, followed by Eastern Cape, and then Northwest go to one. Okay. Proceed.
Yes, Chairperson. In terms of the signing of the MOU, that was signed in March this year, the beginning of March. And as officials, we are the implementation plan is being put in place so that we make sure that the content or the agreement in terms of the roles and responsibilities for each partners, which is the Department of Agriculture and DTA, we make sure that those are implemented so that we do not miss the planting season that DG made reference to. So the implementation plan is being developed, Chairperson, to that effect. And there would be a structure that would be established comprising of officials at national for both departments and other relevant departments to ensure that there is sustainability in the implementation of the projects, agricultural projects. Lessons learned, Chairperson, on the agrarian revolution. Chairperson, this program was done through the implementing agents, and there was money that was transferred to the implementing agents to assist the identified pilots that one has just mentioned. And with the implementation of those projects, there were challenges. So that's why we both had to, as DCOC and DTA, had to review the approach. And right now, the approach that we are looking at is that of cooperatives development. And we have worked together with the Department of DCOC to look into that process. And also we are involving other government departments like the Department of Small Business Development that will also assist us when it comes to training and capacitating the cooperatives in those areas for the implementation of the project. So Chairperson, around the agrarian revolution, I think those are the inputs one can make, unless
Before you go, the list that you were reading from, the others you didn't mention, the traditional leaders there. I think you can go through them at the later stage. You'll do that. The other concern, we know this is the project before the current house was inaugurated. And then when this thing of agrarian revolution started, except the one that was held in Mpumalanga and Siyavuso, the rest, the house, I know they cannot account for them. The question stands, truly speaking, who identified these projects? And you have not yet spoken to the success stories, unless because you are saying you are over. And there was a question to say, if you're saying there was a sunflower project in Muloto, Traditional Authority in Northwest, you will give us the value of the project, and then what was the success story or the failure story? And if it's a failure story, what recourse was taken? Because this project, as you tell us, that was over 100 million invested on this, they were meant for them to be sustainable. And you also tell us out of these ones, which ones are still there, they're still alive, active, they are sustainable. That's the success story that we want to hear from your part. Over to you, Didi.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to indicate that the current House of Traditional Leaders, I would safely say they are aware of the process that was undertaken, because this agrarian revolution started during in 2018, during the era of Minister Mkhize, former Minister of COGTA, Minister Mkhize. So that's when it was started. The projects, in terms of the identification of projects, there was a process whereby traditional leaders were requested to submit that the projects that they would like to have in their traditional communities. And obviously, because we were coordinating as the Department of Traditional Affairs, all the projects that were received were then taken to, were discussed with CWP, because they had funding. They had a criteria that they were using in terms of the allocation of the budget to those projects. And that's how the projects were identified. in terms of the successes and failures, CWP, because they were funders of the projects, they're working closely with the implementing agents. But Chairperson, maybe it's safe to say we can get the details of the report from our colleagues from CWP and maybe share with the committee members in terms of some of the projects that were in terms of the failures and successes. But I must say, Chairperson, that those projects, they are still there. And that's when we are saying we are working closely with the CWP to make sure that there is sustainability. So what has happened with the CWP, they've made sure that they involve colleagues in provinces so that whenever there are challenges, those challenges are brought to the attention of colleagues within the Department of Agriculture in various provinces. So maybe we will have to make a report available to the members for this project. Thanks, Chairperson.
Is it no contradiction in the sense that it said here that there were lessons learned? It's on the presentation. I was trying to zoom in to say there were majority of projects that were piloted were unsuccessful. Now you are saying they are there. So if I'm to go, I'm going to Northwest in Ujanala next week. Will I see this sunflower project that you are referring to? That is there. If I'm to go to this KZN things that are here as well, will I be able to see that? Because at the same time, the presentation said there are those that were unsuccessful. We are saying they were there earlier in the presentation. I'm trying to check it. I wanted to slide number. Maybe we must read it together. Andile, can you help me that slide that talks about these things that have failed? But you can be responding on the other. I'll tell you the slide number. I read it from your own presentation.
Chairperson, I must indicate that when reviewing this program, we were working, like I indicated, we were working with the department, or rather with DCOG, our counterparts, and looking at what the challenges were, and hence the review on the program. And in terms of the site visits, Chairperson, I would indicate that you will find some of those projects. In fact, not some, you will find that the projects are there because last year, together with our current minister, there was a process where these projects were visited to engage with the traditional leaders and also to identify some of the implements or the issues that were still outstanding, which our DCOG counterparts addressed in their visits or in our visits with them to those sites that were identified.
Okay. Are you done on your part? With all the questions that were directed to you?
I think so, Chairperson, but maybe the issue
responsible for the summits?
The summit, maybe one can also respond to it, but maybe if there's something that one may miss out on, I would maybe request other colleagues to add. The issue of land summits, as indicated, it could not take place because one of the things that had to happen was to have a consultation with traditional leaders on the outcome or the recommendation of the panel or advisory panel that was appointed by the president on land reform. So those recommendations had then to be communicated to traditional leaders. And one of the recommendations when engaging with the traditional leaders was that there need to be some studies undertaken to various countries to see what it is that traditional leaders can learn out of it, so that at least when they put together communal land policy, those issues are being attended to. And I must say, Chairperson, that this matter was also elevated to a level of the IMC. And at the IMC, the deputy president then indicated that, in fact, it was resolved that in terms of these land summits, the Department of Agriculture would have to be the lead department, supported by our department as a Department of Traditional Affairs, so that we can coordinate traditional leaders on the ground. I think it was also mentioned in our presentation that those trips have been undertaken, and currently both the Deputy Ministers of Agriculture and our Deputy Minister, D.M. Mapela, they are consulting with the traditional leaders. The first consultation was last week with the National House. We are still continuing with the consultation, like with the Contralesa as well as the NKC, after which we'll have to then move to provinces to ensure that those summits and the consultation sessions are taking place. And the department is, together with the Department of Agriculture, is working on the plan to roll out that process. And I must also indicate, Chairperson, that the summit is scheduled to take place around September. This is going to give officials to put together the input that were solicited from the provincial engagement, so that it informs the summit. So yeah, that's what is happening, Chairperson, on the issue of land summit. But I think maybe our DG or Mr. Stolle can also add on some of these issues if I may have left something out regarding the land summit. But the plan is in place right now to go to provinces and consult with traditional leaders.
To share with us, I think DG, you need also to talk to these issues to say, out of all this Indaba resolution, what is the one thing that you can showcase and say, we've done it as a department? I think certain things are within your line functions there. Out of the Indaba, what is it, the one thing that you can proudly say, yes, there was this Indaba that took place, and this was the resolution of 2017. It's one thing that you can say we have fully implemented and done that successfully. That was my question.
Chairperson, I think it has been mentioned that the resolutions from Indaba, we've had some challenges because some of the things that need to be followed up on, they do not rest with us as a department, but we just have to engage with other government departments. And as such, as a department, we have written letters to the various departments highlighting the issues that have been made. And I must say, Chairperson, that this is work in progress in terms of some of the resolutions, because most of them, they really may not necessarily fall within our ambit or mandate as a DTA. However, we are doing the best we can as the department to make sure that those resolutions we monitor or rather we make follow-ups on those resolution, and it may not be a success for now, but the fact that the issue of land summit is being addressed at the moment, which I believe is one of the critical areas that was raised at the land summit. But Chairperson, is work in progress. We may not have finalized most of the things, but we are working towards achieving, or rather finalizing, some of the resolutions that were raised, or working on them as the department, together with other government departments. Chairperson.
DG, let me come back to you again on these matters. If you have listened to me when I started we said we do understand that some of the issues resolved at the Indaba are the preserve of the other 9 departments. However, yourselves as a lead department, this is an Indaba wherein you brought civil society, government, presidents, deputy presidents, everyone. And you are the lead department. You have a responsibility to see to it that these other 9 departments fulfill their commitments in terms of the resolutions. My legal understanding on how government works, your department was a cabinet. How many progress reports have you submitted? Also raising these challenges that you are telling us now here, the others have not been responded. Because I want, where I'm seated, that's purely an excuse. And I'll refuse to accept that excuse. Because there are mechanisms in government. And the government doesn't operate in silos. If there's a commitment, the lead department must make sure that those commitments are executed. Unless yourselves who are seated there, you don't take this institution of traditional leadership serious. And you are given that responsibility to make sure that you attend to all issues that has to do with traditional leadership. So I'll presume, because I've been very clear to say, what is it that you can show than the excuse? Because there are certain things that are within. The DG only spoke about legislations. That's what I could only hear. But at the same time, it's your own presentation that says certain things were short term. Did you ever sit down as a department and say, these are the short term things that we're going to do? These are the medium terms. These are the long term. Do we have such that you can probably share with us here, that this is what we've done? And then maybe it's department-wide that didn't do this, and a portfolio of evidence to that effect. I should think on our part, because these are the things that you shared with us in November 2019, to say this is the stuff that we are doing. But where one is seated, I don't see any progress. I'm not speaking on that. That's my own assessment, and I know that's the feeling of my colleagues too. I'll hear it from the traditional leadership themselves. Maybe they can see some progress. They will tell us they're here. The next DDG that want to is, I think, DDG, the next DDG that's supposed to respond. Yes, it was it. But what I'm raising, it's a matter of concern to all of us. And I should think we'll be failing on our oversight duty if we don't follow up this matter. That's the matter we're going to sharply raise with the minister and the deputy minister. It's a pity they both couldn't make it for this meeting, but it's a matter that we need to seriously elevate. I hope, Ntatisi Tole, you are busy with my task. After lunch, you'll have to also come back and talk to all those presidential commitments and the progress on them, all of them, from 2019. The next DDG that has to respond, The DG told me there are 2 DDGs. We've only got the response from 1 DDG. Where's the other DDG?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the camera shows. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Chairperson of the National House, the Deputy Chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, members of the National House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, traditional leaders present in the meeting, and my DG and colleagues. DG has already talked to issues of legislation. I will just mention or add on the regulations, because I think maybe we just need to refer to the TKLA, because Chairperson, you indicated that the schedule that we're talking about in the Municipal Structures Act, the schedule that we are talking about is not the schedule in the Municipal Structures Act, but it is Schedule 3 in the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. That is the schedule that the DG also indicated, that it replaced the Section 81 in the current Municipal Structures Act, and I think the DG has explained that. We have already now, a Chairperson, emailed the Municipal Structures Act, not the bill that is still in Parliament, but we have emailed the Municipal Structures Act with the Schedule 3, Section 7, subsection 1 of the TKLA in that Municipal Structures Act that we just emailed, maybe it will be some 10 minutes ago or so, to the Secretariat of the Portfolio Committee, Ms. Sherin Kasim.
Can you talk?
Apologies.
Can you
yes.
talk to that email? Talk to that email and clarify issues as raised.
Okay.
Doesn't end only emailing. What does it say actually?
Okay. The email is the new Municipal Structures Act. When you go to the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, I'm not sure whether members have the
DDG,
so
I was really clear. DDG, if it's to the new one, it has not yet come into legislation because the president has not yet signed it off. Am I wrong?
Yes, I don't want to say you are wrong, but it is not correct, Chairperson. The Municipal Structures Act, the current one, not the one that is in Parliament, the amendment of the Section 81 was introduced to Parliament through the TKLA. The DCOC Municipal Structures Bill that is currently in Parliament is addressing other issues. So on the 1st of April, 2021, when the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act commenced, it automatically replaced the Section 81 in the current Municipal Structures Act. I will refer members to page 132 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, page 182, Section 7, subsection 1 of the Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act. It says, the Local Government Municipal Structures Act, 1998, Act number 117, is hereby amended by the substitution for Section 81 of the following section, and that is under Schedule 3 of the TKLA. So if I have to talk to it, then I have to read all the pages, Chairperson, of this schedule. So once on the 1st of April, it came into effect in terms of implementation, it replaced the Municipal Structures Act. we're not talking about the bill that is currently in Parliament. And I also think the DG clarified that. So that one which that is why I'm saying if the secretariat
hold it on there. So it repeals, and then what is now the provision of the TKLA? Read it for me now. What does it say?
It's long. It's long. Let me read it.
Participation.
I've already.
Isn't that we're talking in particular with the participation of traditional leadership?
Yes.
It cannot be that long. Read that section.
It is very long.
Then
let me read it. Let me read it.
Yes.
Subsection 7.1, it says, I've already read that the local government, let me start by the heading, Amendment of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998. And then it says, the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 1998, Act number 117 of 1998, is hereby amended by the substitution for section 81 of the following section. Then it shows 81. It starts with the definition of terms for the new section 81 we're talking about, which started from 1st of April 2021. Branch means a branch of a Khoisan community recognized as such in terms of section 5.5 of the TKLA. Khoisan Council means a Khoisan council established for a recognized Khoisan community in accordance with the provisions of section 81 of the TKLA. TKLA means this. Local house means this. That is why I was requesting if the chairperson can, not the chairperson, the secretariat can then put what they have emailed, because it's a very long section.
Fine, go to that part now of participation. Read that part. The part of the TKLL that talks about the participation of traditional leadership in councils, because that's where we
let me continue. Let me continue.
Don't read the whole
May I leave out the definitions, Chairperson?
Yes, just go straight to that one that now talks, that TKLA aspect that talks to the participation of traditional leaders in council. I want you to read it aloud.
Thank you.
Yes.
Where a local house has been established for the area of jurisdiction of a local or metropolitan municipality, the chairperson of such local house and 2 other members elected by such local house may participate in the proceedings of the council. There, under definition, they explain what the council is a municipal council of such local or metropolitan municipality. And then it continues, where a local house has been established for the area of jurisdiction of a district municipality, the chairperson of the local house and 2 members elected by such local house may participate in the proceedings of the council of that district municipality. And the local house may, in respect of each local municipality falling within the area of jurisdiction of the district municipality, elect at least 1, but not more than 2 members to participate in the proceedings of the councils of such local municipalities, provided that the chairperson and members of the local house contemplated in subparagraph 1. Let me check what the subparagraph 1 is saying, but let me just continue reading.
Continue to read, don't check paragraph 1.
Okay.
There's a point that I want to bring home to you now here. That's what I'm saying, read it aloud.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Provided that the chairperson and members of the local house contemplated in subparagraph 1 may not be considered for the purposes of this subparagraph. Provided further that the person or persons to be elected for the purposes of this subparagraph must be residing within the area of jurisdiction of such local municipality. Where there are no local houses within the area of jurisdiction of any local, district, or metropolitan municipality, but there are traditional councils and quiescent councils, the MEC must hold a consultative meeting with all the recognized senior traditional leaders and recognized senior quiescent leaders falling within the area of jurisdiction of the particular municipality. And the senior traditional leaders and senior quiescent leaders present at such meeting must, from amongst themselves, nominate one person in respect of each such municipality to participate in the proceedings of that municipality, and nominate one person in respect of each municipality who will fill any vacancy of the position of participating leader which may occur, provided that if consensus cannot be reached on the participating leader or the person to fill a vacancy, the leaders must vote for nominated candidates in any manner deemed appropriate by the MEC. At least a third of the total number of members elected or nominated in terms of paragraph A, B, or C must be women. The chairperson of the local house must, within 2 weeks from the date of any election contemplated in paragraph A or B, provide the MEC with the full names and surname, identity number, and contact details of himself or herself and all elected persons. The MEC must, in respect of each person, each chairperson, apologies, chairperson, let me drink water. The chairperson of a local house must, within 2 weeks from the date of any election contemplated in paragraph A or B, provide the MEC with the full names and surname, maybe I'm repeating, full names and surname, identity numbers, and contact details of himself or herself and all elected persons. The MEC must, in respect of each chairperson and elected or nominated person as contemplated in this subsection, submit to the relevant local, district, or metropolitan municipality the information contemplated in paragraph E. The election and nomination of participating leaders as contemplated in paragraphs A, B, and C must commence at least 1 month prior to the date of election of a municipal council, and must be completed prior to such date, provided that the MEC may determine a longer period, which may not be longer than 1 month, after the date of election of the specific municipal council. A person may not be a participating leader if he or she is under the age of 18, is not a South African citizen, is not a recognized senior traditional leader, or recognized senior quiescent leader as provided for in the TKLA, has been convicted of an offense and is sentenced to imprisonment for more than 12 months without the option of a fine, is impaired to the extent that he or she cannot participate in the proceedings of the municipal council, is an unrehabilitated insolvent or has entered into a compromise with his or her creditors, is of sound mind and has been so declared by a competent court, is an elected councillor of a municipal council, is a member of a provincial legislature, is a member of the National Assembly, is a permanent delegate in the National Council of Provinces, or is a full-time member of any house of traditional and Khoisan leaders. A participating leader may no longer participate in the proceedings of a municipal council if any of the circumstances referred to in subparagraphs Roman figure 2 and Roman figure 12 of paragraph A becomes applicable to such participating leader, or he or she tenders his or her resignation as participating leader. A participating leader may not be elected or nominated for participation in the councils of more than one category of municipality. The death of a participating leader or any of the circumstances referred to in paragraph B will result in a vacancy of the position of participating leader, which vacancy must be filled in accordance with the participating leader, which vacancy must be filled in accordance with the provisions of subsection 2A, B, or C, as the case may be, and subject to subsection 2, D, E, and F. A participating leader may participate in the proceedings of the local district or metropolitan municipality, as the case may be, and must perform such official or ceremonial duties as the municipal council may request him or her to do. Must attend and participate in any meeting of the municipal council and may, subject to the rules and orders of the municipal council, submit motions, make proposals, and ask questions, provided that the non-attendance or non-participation of any participating leader will have no effect on any municipal council proceedings. Must attend and participate in any meetings of a committee of the relevant municipal council to which such leader has been co-opted in terms of section 79(2)(d) of this Act. Is subject to the appropriate provisions of the Code of Conduct contained in Schedule 1 of the Schedule 1 to the Local Government Municipal Systems Act 2000, Act number 32 of 2000, and the standing rules and orders of the relevant municipality. Is not entitled to vote in any meeting of the municipal council or council committee and cannot be included for the purpose of establishing a quorum in the municipal council or council committee, and may address the municipal council on any matter directly or indirectly affecting traditional on Khoisan leadership or the relevant traditional or Khoisan council or community, or any other matter involving traditional or Khoisan communities in the area of jurisdiction of the relevant council. A participating leader may participate in the proceedings of the specific municipal council for the duration of the term of such council as contemplated in section 24 of this Act. May not serve consecutive terms, provided that if there are no other recognized senior traditional leaders or recognized senior Khoisan leaders available to be considered for election or nomination as contemplated in subsection 2, when a new municipal council is elected, a participating leader who has previously been elected or nominated may serve consecutive terms. May not request any other person to participate in the proceedings of a municipal council on his or her behalf. A participating leader must, within 3 weeks from the date of a municipal council meeting, prepare a report on all matters affecting the relevant traditional and Khoisan communities, as discussed and decided on by such municipal council, and submit the report to the local house and traditional and Khoisan councils falling within the area of jurisdiction of such municipality. Provided that where more than one participating leader participate in the proceedings of any municipal council. Such leaders must, within 2 weeks from the date of a municipal council meeting, need to prepare the report referred to in this subsection. A committee of a municipal council, as referred to in the subsection 4C, may invite any recognized traditional leader or any recognized Khoisan leader other than a participating leader to address such committee on any matter affecting the relevant traditional or Khoisan community or communities. A participating leader must act in an impartial manner and must support municipal councils in the identification of the specific needs of the traditional and Khoisan communities falling within the area of the municipality. Facilitate the involvement of the traditional and Khoisan communities in the development or amendment of the integrated development plan of the relevant municipality. Support the relevant municipality in promoting integrated local economic development and planning. Facilitate the participation of the relevant traditional and Khoisan communities in any affairs of the municipality that requires or allows for public participation, including the affairs of ward committees. Make recommendations and propose appropriate interventions in respect of service delivery within the defined areas of jurisdiction of the relevant traditional councils. Participate in the development of policy and bylaws at a municipal level. Participate in relevant development programs of the municipality. Promote the ideals of cooperative governance, integrated development planning, sustainable development, and service delivery. Promote indigenous knowledge systems. Participate and ensure the participation of traditional and Khoisan communities in any environmental programs of the municipality. Alert the municipality to any current or threatening hazards or calamity which affects or may affect the municipal area. Support the relevant municipality with the implementation of the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act 2013, Act number 16 of 2013, as far as that act makes provision for the involvement of traditional leadership or structures, and may advise the relevant municipal council on matters concerning the heritage, language, customs, and traditions of the relevant traditional and Khoisan communities. Apologies. I just wanted to drink water. The councillors of a municipal council and the participating leaders must recognize and respect each other's status and roles within the affairs of the municipality. Recognize and respect the local sphere of government as a distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated sphere of government as contemplated in the Constitution, and cooperate with one another in mutual trust and good faith by fostering sound working relations with one another and assisting and supporting one another in the execution of their roles and responsibilities in the event of any breach of or non-compliance with the applicable provisions of the Code of Conduct contained in Schedule 1 to the Local Government Municipal Systems Act of 2000 by any participating leader. The municipal council consent must forthwith inform the relevant provincial house of traditional and Khoisan leaders, if any such house has been established. Local houses of traditional and Khoisan leaders within the area of the municipality, if any such houses have been established, and traditional councils and Khoisan councils within the area of the municipality of the nature of the alleged breach. Any alleged breach of or non-compliance with the applicable provisions of the Code of Conduct referred to in paragraph A must be dealt with in accordance with the provisions of item 15 of that Code of Conduct.
Okay, end it there. Okay.
Okay, so what I was reading is the new section 81 of the Municipal Structures Act. And Chairperson, you asked about the schedule. This is the schedule. Schedule 3, it shows all the acts that the coming into effect of the TKLA will automatically amend. So, and then when you go to the last page, then it shows Schedule 4, the legislation that have been fully repealed, meaning they will no longer be implemented. So that is the schedule. And then Chairperson, you also asked that we said to the committee that we developed Section 81 regulations. In our 2019-2020 annual performance plan, we had draft Section 81 regulations developed, and we achieved that target. It was signed off by the minister, or they were approved for consultation in March 2020. But then the TKLA was enacted or assented to by the president in November 2019. So because the regulations were developed in terms of the Framework Act, which has been repealed in terms of Schedule 4 of the TKLA. And it was then not possible for us, because now TKLA is already enacted. For us now to take the regulations developed in terms of the Framework Act, which has been fully repealed. So what we then did, we then could not continue with the regulations and waited for the commencement date to be proclaimed by the president. And because now when the TKLA has commenced, it gave us a new Section 81 in the Municipal Structures Act, or it replaced. Then we if I have to say, did not continue with the regulations. But they were indeed at that time, they were developed.
Okay.
And you also talked about, you recommended that, have we done a research on whether the issues or challenges that traditional leaders are putting forward to municipalities to consider, including in the IDPs within their areas of jurisdiction, whether we have done that research. We did not do that research, Chairperson, but we have got the Traditional Affairs Research Agenda, which we amend or we review on an annual basis, and we take these recommendations serious of the Chairperson. We will then have that just to take stock and of the issues that traditional leaders have raised to be included in the IDP, so that we then assess and evaluate and then see what kind of programs we can come up with to address that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, it's 1:13. There are two hands. We can Inkosikazi Ngonyama and Inkosigule. Then we can break for lunch for 30 minutes and reconvene at 2. Can I allow you, Inkosikazi Ngonyama?
Thank you so much, Chair. There's so much that has been said. One might miss some points in the process, so you bear with us if we come again.
I'll give you another chance. I'll give you
Thank
another
you so much,
chance.
Chair.
Sure.
I
I
did
didn't
mention.
just want to break for lunch without hearing the two of you.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to mention that when we last met, there was a request that was made that I submit the document that I prepared. I haven't responded, I haven't submitted the document. I wanted to observe the protocol of the House first by engaging with the executive of the House so that I know whether I submit the document in my personal capacity as a royal leader or under the name of the House. So I haven't forgotten about that. After I've got the go ahead from the executive of the House in observing protocol, I will heed the call. Thank you so much. Coming to the issues that have been raised, my table now is a mess because I'm writing here and there. But I want to start with the issue of, I did mention that let us wait for our management to respond to the queries that are going to be raised. Some of them might be addressed, some might not be. But I wish to safely say that most of the issues that we have concerns about have not been responded to. That is the truth, nothing else but the truth. So help us God as we are responding and presenting to this portfolio committee. I think the other royal leaders will share the same sentiments of saying, in the history, I'm not long in this institution. I took over when my husband passed on, holding the position for the son. It's my first term in the House, but be it the first term, it's my 4th year now. 1, 2, 3, 4 years. So 4 years, it's not a child's play. I would have finished the degree by now if I was studying. So at least it's ample time to grasp what is happening and to see the processes and the procedures of how things are being done. On that note, Chair, I can safely say we have never been in my participating in the House been engaged by the portfolio committee the way you are engaging with us. And on that note, I've not been mandated to say this. I'm saying this from the heart. I thank you so much. I think other members will share the same sentiments, because at least now we are learning things, we are hearing things. Some we will have to correct, because we want to believe that at some point some issues have been sugar-coated for a while, and at some point, I don't want some statements will have been incorrect in as far as presentations are concerned. Hence, we requested earlier on or during the last meeting that for us to be able to work hand in glove, let the presentations be shared so that we don't come and act as if we are ridiculing each other in the portfolio committee. As long as that is not done, we will have no alternative but to come and correct statements here. That's the unfortunate part of it. So until our marriage is sound, then when we come here, we'll come and speak one language. For now, it's a pity. They will have to bear with us. Our management will correct things in this platform. Chair, I want to start with the issue of the agrarian revolution, the presentation by DTG Shandu. It was on the, my memory sometimes fails me. That's why I write. It was on the, it was on the 6th of July, 2018, when we had a meeting that was invited by the then Minister Mkhize. In that meeting, there was Minister Zokwana, there was Tatum Kize, there was Mamu Maite. There were also royal leaders from provinces. The reason for that meeting was the challenge around the issue of Ingonyama Trust that made the KZN not to see eye to eye with the government. So in order to diffuse the smoke that was brewing in KZN, they called us into this particular meeting. We were literally uprooted from our areas. We had to rush like no one's business. So amongst the discussions that we discussed was the issue of the land, this and that, including the issue of Ingonyama Trust, which we vocally mentioned that we are against what is happening by the government, the implementation or the suggestions by the government that Ingonyama Trust should be repealed or should be disbanded. We are in support of, we have said that vocally that we are in support of Ingonyama Trust, and exactly this is in line with the 13% we are talking about, that it should be amongst the traditional authorities. But then the problem was that with them not being reconstituted, then what happens? Because we lack local standing or anything to do with the programs that has to be done in terms of ensuring that they are properly legislated or they are done in accordance with the law. But then, and in that meeting, that's when the issue of agrarian revolution was introduced. I know the date because I've got notes. Then we were told that the minister unpacked this idea. It was a good idea. And he mentioned that we are going to be working with the program of CWP. I think everyone knows CWP. I don't want to share the picture because we were fighting amongst ourselves with that picture as realities, because there's a well-known name of the people working under that program called Tambalala. Tambalala is to sleep on your stomach and then you bask in the sun from 9 o'clock until 5 o'clock. Then you go during the month end, you get some money in some areas, not all of them. But mainly, this is what is happening. And you look into the budget of that particular program, and you want to say that if they can, does that money really, does it equate to what is being done? Or are there any rewards for the particular budget that is being spent around that program? The question needs to be answered by the COP. On that note, Chair, we were told that let us bring the land. We did that as all of us as royal leaders. We were working like headless chickens. We committed the land, and we were told that the program is going to start. I thank God that it has started the way Mamoshandu Acho looking at she mentioned 14 projects. Out of the 14, they are clean the Eastern Cape. There's one Pumalanga, there's one Siabuswa. I think most of them are based in KZN. Thank God the minister then was from KZN. Hallelujah. When the minister is from Eastern Cape, they will remain in the Eastern Cape. In the Eastern Cape, I will mention one. I engaged with the CWP because I submitted everything that was required. Then the implementing agent at the time, I don't know whether it's still the same, because I took them into task. It was Tembaletu Development, a company that was engaged to take the process further. And I was making a follow-up as to why in my traditional authority there's no implementation, when I was told that the traditional authority has been highlighted or has been selected as the one that is going to benefit from the project. Because once we benefit, we are happy because our people get what they want. And as royal leaders, it's something that really lifts us up, because we don't have full support. As I was taking them on month to month, checking as to what happened, being a mosquito in their ears. The gentleman, I want to protect his name. I engaged two of them, different levels, because the first one said, ma'am, I don't want to talk about the internal issues of our organization, but we take instructions from your COGTA, from the COG National, and we do as they want. Please talk to my manager, so and so. I engaged that particular manager, so and so. And then that particular manager said to me, ma'am, we were told to remove your traditional authority and put the one of Nkosi Phathekile Holomisa. That's what they said to me. That's how I was removed. Okay, fine. Coming to that, then I thought to myself, then it depends that I ended up concluding that we are in an animal farm situation where some animals are more important than others. Unfortunately, I was either one of those animals at a lower level, hence the name was removed. I am still aggrieved to this day about that decision. And I don't know who made the decision. I don't want to follow that up for now because it is under stress. So I thought, let me just wait up until an opportune time comes and then I will submit again. Maybe this time around, my traditional authority will be considered. Number two, coming to the one of Mount Elif, the crop production one. As Umamu Untandaza was presenting, I phoned the royal leader who is responsible. It's Nkosikazi Fikeni, Nonyani Fikeni. I serve with her at the provincial house in the Eastern Cape. I just want now to look at the amount that was mentioned of 100 million. And then you tell if there's a value for money in as far as the figures are concerned. And I'm glad that you said for each and every project that was done, let the price tag be. Each one, the price must be tagged for each project. It's a 14 hectares land. They fenced, this is the report. They brought the fencing. The hydroponics that they brought, according to her, was the material was not galvanized. And it was taken within a space of about 3 months, it was blown by the wind, because of the quality of the material that was supplied there. It hasn't been fixed up until today. They brought the seedlings and the fertilizers and the generator that never worked up until today. That is what happened in Mount Elif. I don't know about the other areas because I don't have contact of those people. So I'm trying to paint a picture of the project that we are told that is Yasebenza. This is the report. We are going to be watchdogs. If there was a proper monitoring and evaluation, we are supposed, if we're working hand in glove with the house, they were supposed to ask us or to work with us to say, there are projects that have been implemented in your provinces. Work with us to see whether the service providers have done the good work. Now, I don't know where they got the report from, but now I can safely say, the royal leader of that traditional authority, this is the report that she gave me as she was presenting. I'm giving you an updated report as of today, the 22 of April, today. Thank you, Chair. I don't want to dwell much, but in a nutshell, it's a program.
We've lost her, Chair. I don't know.
Yes. And she was raising some very pertinent, interesting issues. Yes. Can we locate her, please? We've lost her. Otherwise, let's break for lunch till 2 o'clock. Then she'll start. I'll ask the deputy.
Sorry to interrupt. I wonder why is it that all the time when we are dealing with projects, then we are going to be facing with the issues of the quality of the material.
That's the issue. But at least we are dealing with this thing tonight, Honorable Kleza. The department in the evening, they are going to present on CWP. At least we are given information that will assist us to do our work in the evening.
Exactly.
Thanks for leaving your constituency and being here. gonna
But
ask
I'm on and
you
off like that. I'm logging on and off.
Can we break for lunch?
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes,
You know, we've got a
yes,
problem of
1 minute,
load shedding.
For the some of us, let
My computer just
don't
failed
worry.
me.
Don't worry. Yes, don't worry. Try to charge the gadget Inkosikazi Ngonyama. Then we'll proceed with you when we reconvene at 2. You'll continue. We
Okay,
lost
thank
you.
you,
We
Chair.
realized that we lost you. You had only ended on the no proper monitoring and evaluation. When we reconvene, you'll start from there
Okay, thank you so much.
at 2. Yeah, can I plead with everyone to attempt to charge their gadgets now over this 30 minutes, so that by the time then you don't get cut off either lack of power or something. We'll reconvene it to enjoy your lunch. Thank you, and your comfort break, leg stretching, all those sort of things that you can do. See you at 2. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chair.
Nkosikazi Ngonyama, you can proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't even go for lunch. I'm not
You didn't
hungry.
even go to lunch.
I'm not hungry, Chair. I will be hungry after the meeting. This is one of the most important meetings that we have attended as the House. The members will attest to that. I was mentioning, Chair, that in fact, I was talking about the monitoring and evaluation of these projects. I know it is not the baby of the Department of Traditional Affairs, but as the portfolio committee, I believe that you are the portfolio of COCTA, which includes the Department of Cooperative Governance. So we are highlighting these issues because they are intertwined at some point, because we work under one department but different directorates.
They can on that, Nkosi. Isn't that the report, is the project that the department is now reporting to us about?
Yes, they were reporting on that.
That is said to have benefited traditional leaders. They too had the responsibility to monitor the complete execution of the projects. They had that responsibility, because now they will be reporting, like she said. So they said these projects are all working, but now you are proving the other thing differently, and they've put it in their report that they are fine. It's tantamount to lying to the committee, because whatever you put on paper, you must first ascertain whether what you are saying is true or not. That's very key and critical. That's why that's monitoring and evaluation accountability. It doesn't only lie with the implementing agent or the implementing department, because in this case, the Department of Traditional Affairs is a beneficiary. Those traditional leaders, isn't that they're here within the portfolio. And then there should be some appetite and interest on the part of the officials to also say, assess the impact. That's why my question on the lessons learned, is not yet answered, but let me allow you, because that's why I wanted all of you to say something. Because on the impact and the success stories of that project, that question is not yet responded to. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I just did a bit of a research as Titi was presenting, looking at the budget of the CWP compared to what has been extended to the Royal Leadership Institution. In the 2019-2020 budget speech of our minister, the amount that was allocated for CWP was 3.879 billion. Now I'm talking about the 100 million, according to the DDG, that was invested through this, though we are still in dispute as to the value for money in as far as the projects are concerned. But the point, Chair, that I'm trying to drive home is to say there are monies in South Africa, truth being told, but how they are being utilized are not beneficial to the people of this country. Majority of them. That is a fact. And it's a program that was started in 2009. We're only told about it being a part of it in 2019. In fact, it started in 2018. Then it was 2019, because 2020 we didn't do anything. But the fact of the matter is that the lessons learned, as you are putting it to us, is that we need to go out and check really if they are working. If there's anyone that is working, according to my own knowledge, I think my chairperson is going to respond on that, is the one that is for farm in the box. So in my understanding and my knowledge, I want to believe that amongst those that I can vouch for is the one, the farm in the box. But those that in my province, the one that I know about, that I've just got the report about, it needs serious revisitation. Coming to the issues, in your opening remarks, I started with this because there are so many things that we spoke about, but I'm just going to highlight those that I've mentioned. In your opening remarks, Chair, you mentioned that in your study tour, amongst I think you were in Limpopo, I don't know where Kosnetwenge, that province where Kosnetwenge is. I think we were given It's
Limpopo, that's where
am from.
It's Limpopo. I think
Yes.
we were shown the pictures and your engagements as to what was going on, and we appreciate that because now we are part of your engagements, even at grassroots level. So some of the things they're not going to be sugar-coated where we are not there. So, and we are able now to say yes or no, or to say, that is not true. The statement is incorrect. This is the true reflection of what is happening. Indeed, when it comes to the inequality, we are totally treated differently. So I mean, it's a fact. It's like South Africa and Cape Town, Western Cape. We all know what is happening in South Africa. So Western Cape is like it's existing in another planet, not in South Africa, because of the things that are doing. That's exactly the same as in our institution. What is happening in Mpumalanga, in Limpopo, in at least now they've been joined by the Northern Cape with their Royal Leadership Institution. In KZN, Eastern Cape, you will not find that. They don't even want to try. They don't even want to attempt. And now you ask yourself, are we really, why can't we just approach the Inequality Court and challenge what is happening within the same country? The fiscus is the same, it comes from the same treasury, but now it goes back to the political will of that particular province. And I can safely say, where there's a will, there's a way, but there's no willingness from other provinces. And then it makes us now to look at each other as if the other provinces have of some sort for them to be able to get the resources that they are getting. And yet it's just the political will of that particular province. And that can only be addressed by the handbook. So everything boils back to that handbook. If you talk of ministerial handbook, it applies throughout the departments. There's one book that talks about what needs to be done with the ministers and deputy ministers. If we can adopt that, it finalized. This cry is our pen. And then coming to the issue of DG, who mentioned legislation. The act is clear, Chair. It talks about within 2 years of the implementation of this act, there should be the reconstitution should happen, and it has to be aligned with the term of the houses. Our term is coming to an end in 2022. Therefore, as we speak, there should have been a progress of starting the process, and it should be so glaring, be clear in Dobana, we are here now, and by the time the end of the term is finished, Yonkinto is in place. I will give you this finger. Masi, let us wait for 2022, and we'll see what is going to happen in as far as the reconstitution of the traditional authorities is concerned, if they are going to be aligned. Maybe they will see the people who are supposed to implement will say that at least we're given 2 years, but forgetting that the purpose was to align even with the term of the houses. Unless they are going to extend the term of the houses while they're busy implementing, we'll see to that. I don't know. I won't talk to that, but I'm just highlighting the challenges. If we don't up our socks, both as the House and our management in terms of implementing this act, will be found wanting come 2022, the end of the term. Then coming to the issue of the section that was interrogated extensively, the section 81, about the regulations of the act that were repealed. In 2020, the president, in his address, mentioned that he has signed the act. So we all knew that the act was signed in 2020. That was in February, March, during our opening of the House. I know there was COVID, but now at least we had our own resources at our homes working. So the start of we should be talking about the draft regulations now, so that by the time the act is being implemented, the act is coming to work, or it's being effected, or it has been enacted. Sorry for the mix of words. It has been enacted. We are not found wanting. At least we are able to present the draft regulations of saying this is where we are now. By the time the act, at least in a space of 6 to 7 months, we are able to work. If now there are no regulations, the act, the regulations are the how part of the act. How we do this in terms of the act. If then we don't have the how part of implementing the act, can you really say that it's going to be implemented? That's $1 million question. Coming to the issue of the challenge, the Solidarity Fund. The chairperson of the Solidarity Fund is Nkosikazi Unotumato Sorobe. She is very passionate about rural communities. If it was not, we found she became a cushion of comfort for the institution, because on 2 consecutive occasions she funded she made a fund allocated to the House, not only the National House, all the provinces, all the traditional authorities, 800 plus of them, they received from the traditional from the fund. So it means there are people who are still look at this institution as an institution that is going to help people, that can be assistance to the government in as far as ensuring that the exodus from rural communities to urban areas is prevented by empowering and bringing resources to the rural areas. I'll make an example, one example. There is a provision in the Department of Housing of giving people 160,573. I know this for a fact. On my other life, I practice law. I handle, and my area of interest is conveyancing. The 165.73 people are being funded if they get salary, which is 3,500 and less. But now the condition is that a property has to be registered, and then you are paid only when you submit an invoice and the proof that the property has been registered in the deeds office. Do you think that people from rural areas will ever tap into that? The answer, as long as there are conditions of that nature, they will never tap into that program. And these are the policies that are drawn by people, knowing very well that there are rural communities. What is then the for a lack of a better word, how is the gap between rural communities and urban people is being filled in as far as this particular example that I'm citing is concerned? The answer can only be one. People are going to move to urban areas because they want to tap into these resources and things that are being funded by the government. So we have a problem, Chair, in as far as the influx and the exodus of the people moving from rural communities to the urban areas. And when you look, there was a presentation that was done by the then Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance. I've forgotten the name, sorry for that. Before the two that are there now. He mentioned Vision 2030. And if you unpack or you try to interpret that Vision 2030, you can see that the rural communities, if it is the wish, I don't know whose wish, unfortunately, that they can be eradicated. That's impossible. That's something impossible, because even those who are in urban areas, when they retire, they want to go and live a free life in rural communities. So there is no way that rural communities can be eradicated, not during this, unless Jesus can come back and start afresh the whole world. Then we'll see then if we're going to be part of that new world. But for now, it's impossible. So we urge and request that as the committee, when we talk of rural communities and us developing rural communities, those are the things that we are not talking willy-nilly. We have got passion about this. I will make another example before, in conclusion, Chair. If you look at we act here, sorry that I have to mention this because they are intertwined. There's a section that talks about our responsibility. It says our responsibility is to preserve culture and promote and custom. We are locked into that corner of culture and custom. There's nothing that talks about development. There's nothing that talks about service delivery, and yet it is our language to develop our rural communities. Hence the introduction or the launch of the vehicle Rural Invest. It's because we are talking of the development of rural communities. How then can we be assisted? Then we request that when during the budget, these things are being discussed. Let us be part of these discussions, and the vehicles that we are promoting and we are launching, can they be supported? I do understand that the department, in some instances, they are also challenged in as far as resources are concerned and the budget. But now it depends as to what kind of presentation is being done to Treasury. I will lastly check. When you join an institution, you want to know exactly as to what happened. So you get to take the books and you listen to the people talking, you approach them, you consult. In Eastern Cape, the then chairperson of the house, Unkosi Matanzima, the budget was decreased. He took it upon himself, Treasury, together with the MEC for COGDA. Once, because we have decided to cut our budget, these are our programs, and we are not going to be able to implement these programs as long as the budget is around this amount of money. We therefore request an increase in our budget. Because of the proper presentation that was done, and being able to account to say, this is what we are going to do, and a proper plan of saying we want to achieve A, B, C, and D. The budget they were given 10 million above. That was just for the house. So ndifuna ukuthi ke cheli lonke singakhala ngobana ibudget ayikho okanye iproblem yakhona into kufika ku20 kwa Treasury. Because I want to believe in Dobana, as long as you put a proper presentation and you are able to account to say, this is what I'm going to do, and you cost what you are going to do. No, as an tool is in Treasury. The problem in my thinking, I might be right, I might be wrong. It's in the presentation. Now it's around the presentation. Hence, now we are going to be talking about the budget. Right now, ndisafuna i-response ndiyayicela che ndihala nani niyicele into yokubana njengoba kuthiwa kuza implementwa le act for reconstitution of the royal authority, traditional authorities. Has it been costed? If we can, and how much? If you can get that answer, thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Inkosikazi Ngonyam. Can I allow Inkosi Gule? Inkosi Gule, you wanted to speak?
Yes, thanks ever so much.
Can we see you as well, Inkosi Gule? So that we don't pass you in the streets. Want to see you?
You want to see me? Hey, I'm technically disadvantaged, ma'am. I can't check how do I do it. But as we progress, I'll try. Ma'am, my concern regarding the TKL, I can't, ma'am, what is important? Let me just say what I want to say.
Can you introduce Inkosi Gule?
Yes.
Inkosi Gule?
Yes, ma'am.
For our records, where are you from?
Okay, sorry.
And which traditional authority? Yes, can I plead with those who want to speak as well after you to do the same, those that we have never interacted with before? You tell us, where are you from? Which province and which house are you from? It will help a lot.
Okay, my name is
Yes.
Benedict. My name is Ingosu Benedict Malambule Gule from Amachuba district in KZN. I'm actually a local chief for Gule Tribal Authority.
That's good.
Yeah.
Proceed.
My bone of contention relies on the matter that the DG has actually articulated regarding the TKLA. I think when I wanted to present myself earlier on was to articulate on a number of acts before we could actually look into the TKLA. One, as a parting point, it's traditional bill, which needs to be enacted as it may.
Traditional courts bill.
Traditional
Is it traditional
bill,
courts bill? It can be traditional
Yes.
bill. Not
Come
traditional
again?
courts bill.
Yes.
It's not the traditional courts bill. Courts.
That is traditional courts bill.
Yes, because you were only saying traditional bill.
Oh, sorry
There
about
must be
that.
courts in between.
Okay,
Sure.
okay, my chairperson. One, we need to take politics out of this. Let's go back and look into issues that are of concern. Let's go before the Land Act Bill of 1913. We as traditional leaders were playing a pivotal role in the running of the land. I think it will be very much imperative for politicians to consult with traditional leaders. All the problems that we find ourselves today are of a product of political interference in the whole thing. And I need to go back to the statement uttered by the Director General starting from point number 8, the TKLA. What needs to be done in terms of the Act? The Act must actually be represented properly. Looking at the DDM, we're still waiting for some of the workshops, which has actually not been done. When it all started, when we were told about it last year, September, it was promised to us that some of the the practical workshops would be done. Nothing has actually been done by the province, the KZN province. Then there's issue about boundaries. One of the confusion that is done by I think also demarcation board must not be left out for us, because if I were to cite an example, 1971 Gule Traditional Authority was proclaimed. Some of the land was actually cut off the boundaries. Politics in 1994 came in and altered those boundaries. It is a concern, very much concern to us. The question, and why I'm actually referring the matter to the traditional bill, a lot of academics and some leaders are saying we as chiefs are going to abuse people, which is not the idea. Our culture, we need to preserve it. I think there's a lot that needs to be discussed in terms of moral degeneration and also the issue of GPV. Education, it's not to be certificated. Education needs to be something that all the three departments that we're talking about, the COCTA, the land affairs, land and rural, and also agrarian, needs to be communicated properly, which therefore there is no systematic communication within the three departments, which is a really problem. Then on issues of remuneration, there's no parity. Incourses from the Popo are, and incourses comparatively speaking, when it comes to remuneration and medical schemes. And people need to be educated, as I said earlier on, not to be certificated. And Section 25 needs to be also looked into with TKLA, because most of the recognition, which we never got from Section 25, is said to be some of the issues that are going to be tackled on the TKLA. Participation needs to be really addressed and also really defined. We are not lizards. We are not there to go and listen to politicians. The land that we're talking about, it's our land. Politicians don't have land. We as traditional leaders are the custodian of the land. A lot has to be consulted with us. And also, when it comes to the role which we can play, it must not be a white horse where you only sit in a meeting and embrace your attendance. Amakosi and traditional leaders must play a role in which we, in terms of respect and authority, we deserve. Role played by traditional leaders must be recognized. Culture, land and rural, and agriculture must start talking systematically. And there should not be pointing, I think, to resolve some of these issues of communicating amongst the department is of great importance. I thank you. And as my predecessors have actually said, alluded regarding things that need to be addressed, I think let's stop making noise. Let's start acting. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Inkosi Gule. I think those were the two hands that I saw. Somebody with gadget number 839991. Can you rename your gadget, please? We can't have people with code names here, please. There's no any other hand that I could see. Then mute your microphone, Inkosi Gule. Do me that favor. So all of you are covered. I should go. Okay, DG and Tim, respond to the issues as raised. If there are members of the National House who wants to comment as well, they will do the same, because those who I only got only those two hands. It means then the others are covered by what they do. DG, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, Chairperson. I see the hand of the Deputy Chair of the House seems to be up, Chairperson. Your guidance, should I proceed?
He wants to, I had asked them to speak after you to speak.
Okay, okay.
Or you think there are issues that she's going to raise that will need your response? Let me check from it. Deputy Chair. Okay. Deputy Chair, there might be issues that you want the DG to respond to. Can I give you that floor?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to the members of the committee, Chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, all Amakosi from the different provinces, including the chairpersons of local houses. Chair, really, in my history, I've never had this type of meeting that will include all of us participating, talking with the portfolio committee. This is really appreciated, Chair. Most of the issues have been raised by Amakosi, but I'll just pick some. Chair, the key issue of monitoring and evaluation. I keep on asking myself, what is the role of that department that deals with monitoring and evaluation? As we can see that some of the resolutions taken are not implemented, and also thinking that whatever has been said by the president, it becomes law. Maybe it's not like that when it reaches the departments. Maybe it depends on the priorities of those departments. I'm not sure, but you assist me on that one. But on the issue of the municipal boundaries, we have been raising these issues that you can't divide a traditional council into two wards, because that is causing confusion. And it is also causing a competition amongst the community members, because sometimes myself will be on the side which is developing, but the other side is not developing, and they'll be saying that the concentration is on the part which where I reside in. So these issues have been raised, but it seems as if they are not considered. Chair, also, I'll add to one question what Ngonyama has said on the issue of Ngonyama Trust. Chair, as traditional leaders, when it comes to issues of traditional leadership and land, we are united. And we are trying by all means not to lose what is already with the communities. Considering our challenges we are faced with, we are going to assist one another to deal with the challenges. But we can't give land back, whereas we are still waiting for that land to be declared that it belongs to us. As Nkosi Ngonyama has said, Ngonyama Trust land belongs to the communities there. So, and we may not see us when we are saying that, no, we don't agree with this. We don't see us doing, as we have not seen us doing for our benefits. We'll raise our issues on the right platforms, as Nkosi Ngonyama has said. We have raised the issue of Ngonyama Trust in a lot of platforms, but we won't see us saying that, no, here are the placards, we are against this, because we have not done that, fighting for our benefits. We're still here waiting, fighting for our benefits. Talking on the issue of benefits, when talking about let's say the pension, it is said that you can't have a pension when there's no money deducted from you. We understand that. But in my understanding, I was thinking that the department was going to assist us to have those discussions with the traditional leaders and on how can we deal with that. For instance, if we are saying we need to have a pensionable age, so how are we going to agree on that one? But if there's no one who's assisting us to deal with that, we won't be able to do that. We'll be fighting amongst ourselves. But if there's someone who's assisting us to deal with that, we'll be able to understand what is expected of us. Chair, also, on the issue, let me just come to issue of the Solidarity Fund that the officials are going to. to expand on that one. They will be giving you the numbers and whatever is needed here. Chair, that fund to the traditional leaders came at the right time when the communities were left alone because of the lockdown. You can imagine when we were told that no one can move even to reach their neighbor. So you can see what was
happening. Movie. Eh?
Chair?
Oh, okay.
Chair, assist me. Someone is talking, Chair.
To hear that, I don't know. Let me check with this person. Because somebody has been speaking here, and we've said several times that people must mute their microphones. It's very disruptive, eh?
Yes,
it's very disruptive. I think I'll ask the host, whoever speaks without the permission of the chairperson, just mute. Mute once, two. He or she repeats, take the person out of the meeting. That's what we should do to then have a maximum discipline in these meetings. I'm sorry about that, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Proceed. Yes.
I was saying, Chair, that came at the right time. And we appreciated that because that was initiated by our Chair, Nkosi Mahlangu, talking to the Solidarity Fund on how can we assist. And Chair, we started what was important for us on the issue of communication. We said, as we know that the communities are not aware of what is happening now, and we can't even hold meetings. But we started and agreeing on having the loud hailers for each traditional council. We have got 882 traditional councils, and we did manage to get those loud hailers so that we'll be able to tell the communities on what was happening. And as we are still doing that. We also, Chair, thought about issues of hunger. We said, let's have, we needed to have food vouchers, but we don't want to change abantu babe dependent to government. But we said, let's get it first, the food which is needed as soon as possible. And we're given 20,000 vouchers. We divided them, that number of 20,000 vouchers, which was each was at a value of 700 rands. We said, when we're divided, we got 22 beneficiaries from each TC, which was just not enough for the community, but we just said that we wanted to show that the community, we are there with them as traditional leaders, regardless what we are faced with. Talking to the Solidarity Fund, we said, now we need to also to give back to the self-confidence and self-esteem to the communities. Let's try and get the farming or the farming inputs or farming vouchers so that they be able to produce their own food. And we're also talking with the Department of Rural Development when we're talking about that issue. And the rural development supported us in such a way that they were going to assist us with the identification of beneficiaries. In fact, not the identification as such. The traditional leaders were going to identify the beneficiaries. And it was agreed that when we're looking at the amount which was given to us, 52 beneficiaries per TC were to be identified. So we did that with working with the Department of Rural Development. And our department was also part of that. It was leading, in fact, our department, that is Traditional Affairs. As Chair, we had some challenges, as some of Amakosi Chair decided to not to participate in this, starting from the food vouchers, including your province, Chair. There was a district that decided not to participate. But
Which
our
district
concern,
is that?
the Vende district, Chair.
Are you serious?
Yes, Chair. That was based on Chair, on the issue of the decision taken by the court. You know, the kingship issue. So since we were at the house, so they didn't want to participate. And we kept on saying that can't be good because this is about the communities. They decided not to participate in both, that is the food vouchers and the farming vouchers. But we kept on talking with the provincial house and pleading with the Amakosi then that communities can't suffer because of that. So as we speak, we also talked to the Solidarity Fund also to come to intervene, because we knew that they can also talk to the provincial house. In KZN, the same happened. There were
but Deputy Chairperson, during my visit to those traditional authorities that I visited in Vembe last week, I saw stickers of the Solidarity Fund on the doors of tribal offices, also on the tablecloths. Is that not, or they couldn't just get food for people? That's what they didn't do.
Chair, I think after the intervention by the Solidarity Fund, maybe they decided to participate, Chair, because it was not easy, Chairperson. It was not easy, but we're still waiting for the report, the final report, because that was the last province we had to make sure that the communities do receive what is due to them. It is the same, Chair, with the province of KZN. There were also Amakosi who decided not to participate, but I can't give you now the name exactly, but the officials may give you when they are reading the report. And Chair, there were also challenges that some of the service providers, including starting from the food vouchers, but it was better for the food vouchers because, Chair, we said we need to use our local service providers, as we know that they were also suffering. There was no business. And we said when there is an opportunity opened, so they must also get something from that opportunity. And our local shops were used, Chair, by Solidarity Fund, and even those who were struggling, we did try by all means that they must get something, Chair. But there are some beneficiaries who are still outstanding, even from the food vouchers, because there was a lot of challenges. Some will delete the messages because they were sent messages were sent straight to the beneficiaries, not to anyone else, to avoid corruption. So they will tell us that, no, we deleted this by mistake. Omnia will tell you that, no, this the phone did not belong to me, it belonged to my boyfriend. Now we are no more together. There were a lot of stories, but we said, no, there was a process that they can get the voucher again. So, Chair, but truly speaking, that there are still outstanding vouchers that needs to be redeemed. The redemption was very slow, Chair, in some provinces, including my province. And one would ask, a province like Eastern Cape, which is so poor, why low redemption? But others will tell us that, no, I was still waiting for, I didn't know that I must go there. There was a lot of issues as a part of one person, but we're trying by all means that they must redeem this. because I know they do need these vouchers. Coming to the latest one, that is the farming vouchers chain. That one, which was 2,000 rands if farming in a voucher. We did have some challenges in some areas. The main challenge is about the service providers, which are very far from our rural areas now for the farming implementing vouchers. But we tried that those which are those who didn't even send their names to the Solidarity Fund, they must send them so that they can be considered for the sake of the community, so that they cannot travel very far. But that one was still busy with that one because it's closing this month. But the communities, they are so motivated by this one, because now they know that now you will recognize them, that they can do something on their own. So they are so motivated. They need more support. But what is key here is about the Department of Rural Development and Agriculture keeping on monitoring on what is happening with those vouchers, because we said we'll keep on monitoring, but the traditional councils are also responsible for the monitoring of those of what is happening with those beneficiaries, because we don't want people who are going to take something and sell, because there is that bad behavior amongst the communities. I just wanted to raise just to report on that one. I think I've been covered by Amakos, who talked before me. Thank you very much, Slan.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Can I allow the other member of the House, National House, Nkosi Ndevu? I see your hands up as well. Nkosi Ndevu.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes.
Greetings to you and greetings to all the members of Parliament.
I see you're loving what we're doing. Let's proceed. Nkosi Ndevu.
Chair. No, I am stopping now because I have been driving. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Just park on the side of the road and let's hear you.
Yes, Chair. Chair, mine is not that much. The first one is around the presentation that was made by DDG Shandu in trying to find out if the Gabon Traditional Council that she spoke about with regards to the agrarian revolution. She mentioned that the Gabon Traditional Council is in Amatole, and I'm coming from Amatole. We do not have such traditional council in Amatole. So I need further explanation on that one.
And is there a Gabon Traditional Council in the Eastern Cape? Is it there?
There is a Gabon Traditional Council in the Eastern Cape, but not in Amatole.
Okay.
Then another question, Chair, is around it's around what we've been requesting all along. Chair, we requested that on the issue of initiation, why can't COGTA establishes a directorate or chief directorate which will focus on the issues of initiation, like resourcing the initiation issues, so that maybe we reduce these high number of problems when it comes to the initiation schools. Then another one, Chair, is also around the issue of the handbook. Chair,
You've been talking about the Handbook in Kosindevune. You love the handbook. Proceed.
Yeah, no, you know why I love the handbook, Chair?
Yes.
I was making a joke in the house another day saying, it is so embarrassing when you see a representative from the house in my funeral just to come and assist my family in crying, and yet nothing that they bring as a donation or as an assistance. Because as we are speaking, Chair, if a member of the National House passes away, the National House does not have a policy that deals with assisting those families when when those hard time comes. So when you ask about that policy, you are told that that policy will be emanating from the handbook, which handbook is still not available. So that is my take. Then my last one could then be on the issue of a medical aid. On the medical aid, Chair, we are forced to join the government employees medical scheme. And yet we are not government employees, we are public office bearers. And on that one, Chair, even on that issue of GEMS, we are also compelled, not by choice, to be on GEMS. There is no freedom of choice in terms of saying, I don't like GEMS, I like Discover, or I don't like Discover, I like Bonita. So I then want to be assisted in terms of why are we then compelled by force to be under GEMS, and why are we on GEMS while we are not government employees? Thank you very much, Chair.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Nkosindevu. Princess Moroka. The 10 is yours, Princess Moroka.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to the chairperson of the National House, the deputy, members of the executive, members of the National House and chairpersons of provinces, all royal leaders who are in our meeting, and greetings to honorable members of parliament, members of the portfolio committee. Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I think one should first support honorable members of the National House in appreciating this type of engagement with the portfolio committee, hoping that it will now be the new order of doing things, which is actually the correct way that should have been done for a while, since 94. Chair, a lot has been said, so I'll be very short. I would like to say, in the words of our elder, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, during the launch of Invest Rural, he said, we must, unless we start with first things first, we will continue to build pies in the sky. And I truly support that statement. I think it's filled with such wisdom. Everything has been said and done, agreed upon. There were commitments made since 1994, which most have not been achieved. To cite a very thorny issue, which I don't understand, as new as I am in the institution, why we still don't have a home as the National House of Traditional Leaders, why we don't have chambers, which is something that's really very simple. Why is it that we still have to fight for this full-time status of the National House of Traditional Leaders? Because you see, the thing here is we should appreciate this platform so that we are honest and genuine with each other in this engagement, because we are trying to build the institution. And it really is very challenging if we do not acknowledge the fact that we are challenged as an institution and the department itself. You know, the administration that's really trying to answer and sugarcoat. We must admit we are challenged with capacity, with resources to do the work that we are expected to do. As you know, as efficiently and effectively as we are supposed to do it. And these are some things that we really need to lay on the table and see how we build moving forward. So I say, let us go back to first things first, not just the resolutions of 2080 or the Indaba, but all those that are still outstanding that were never ever achieved. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Princess Moroka, for the input. I saw a chat, maybe somebody who or is the chat from Inkosikazi Ngonyama. It's fine, I'll deal with that. Out of my participants list, I don't see any other hand. So DG, I can proudly now hand over to you. There's no any other hand. I will be reading the chat as well as posted by Inkosikazi Ngonyama while you are busy responding. Over to you, DG and team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and appreciation once again for the opportunity created in this platform for this engagement, and for the inputs and comments that have been received. I think on the issue of Amatole that Nkosindevu has raised, I've just referred that to Umashando just to clarify that, because I think that my understanding is that the traditional council she referred to is correct, but I think the name of the district might not be as Nkosindevu indicates. So she will attend to that. It might be OR Tambo instead, but she will look into that. I think then just also generally the issue, I mean, when we look at, and I'll come back to some of the issues. I mean, if we look at the issues Nkosikazi Ngonyama raised on CWP, I mean, I think the bigger challenge with the pilot of the Agrarian Revolution program was that, because if you look at the original model that was developed for the program, the original model was that it will be a value chain where land is identified, then certain departments come and assist, in this case, agricultural land reform and so on, assist with issues of soil testing and so on and so on, so they can advise that you need to grow these kinds of crops, you need to breed this kind of domestic animals, or so on, so on. So when there were blockages that were faced at that level, that we were not really now making headway in terms of the other role players coming on board, the issue of CWP then was explored. It is correct that the overall budget of the CWP runs into billions, but an amount of 100 million was then identified to say, let's start with this amount to pilot a few projects. In fact, in my understanding, even the projects that Umashand was talking about, they didn't exhaust the 100 million. So not the entire 100 million eventually got assigned to those projects. So just a portion of the 100 million. So because of the approach that was used, where the CWP then became a partner in the pilot, the usual problems associated with the CWP model then in a sense were inherited in the pilot, with the roles played by implementing agents and so on and so on. And Chairperson, you're asking about some of the lessons. I mean, I had frequent interactions with one of the traditional leaders in KZN who received funding from the CWP as part of this pilot, Nkosi Zondo. Just understanding his experiences and so on. I mean, and he would say, well, we would ask for A, but the implementing agents will bring B. And then it becomes a very long, wounded process of saying, but why did you bring A instead of bringing B? And I think it links to the issue that Nkosikazi Ngonyama raised about the provision of supplies, whether they are particularly up to the specifications that are required by the particular communities, or something else was brought into the picture. So that was one of the issues, that just in terms of that process of having a very clear linkage between what those on the ground are asking for and what they eventually get provided with. That was one of the weaknesses there. But also there was a weakness of sustainability, because they would tell you, and I know that Nkosi Zondo raised this with me as well, to say, if you give me funding this year, there are certain things that I'm going to be able to do with that funding next year. But there has to be an understanding of what happens next year. And if you don't have that built into the project plan itself, then you run into difficulties. So for example, a year later, he was saying, are we not going to get any follow-up funding to sustain what we had initiated through the funding from CWP? So the issue of sustainability, I think, was also an issue of concern. Part of the sustainability issue, I think, relates to how you build into this model the kind of empowerment that is required. Yes, it might be that in my area, it might be suitable after the soil testing has been done for us to grow crop A, this type of crop. But there's a lot that I might not be aware of. So for example, if I'm going to plant that crop, how do I make sure that the harvest is such that the portion of it can be used, but there's another portion that can be then converted into some business product that allows me to sell, to do this, access the markets, and so on and so on. So if you don't have that value chain completely structured in such a manner that it's not just giving the resources as a once-off thing, but it's looking what's going to happen right at the end. So these are some of the hard lessons that came out of that as a result of the model that was used. The remodel Agrarian Revolution program takes the value chain approach, where it looks at all these issues right at the beginning, but it says that there must be other role players that come into the picture. So for example, where co-ops need to be established and people don't have experiences around those, and where we say people need to have a business plan in place, Department of Small Business Development come on board to assist with that process. Where people might say that we don't want to consume everything we produce, but we want to look at other opportunities, then there must be suitable advice when it comes to accessing markets and so on and so on. In fact, one of the issues that was raised was just also that some of the products, if it's fruits and so on, they might then need to be converted into other products such as fruit juices and so on, which is where the agro-processing part come in. So unless you build all these issues into the model, then you're going to have this kind of problem where some farming inputs are provided, but after the first year, you are not able to say this is how we are taking that process forward. So all these issues that relate to the implementation of the CWP model. I think the issues relating to the examples that Nkosikazi Ngonyama gave around land policies, I mean, those issues are correct because of the frustrations that has been there when it comes to issues relating to communal land tenure. And Chairperson, you were raised earlier to say with some of these issues and these frustrations and concerns escalated. Yes, I mean, if you look at the whole package of issues around land and Spluma, apart from raising them with our counterparts in that department, we are on record as having tabled these issues at the IMC on land reform. To say Amakosi are concerned about Spluma, Amakosi are concerned about all those issues that we listed. Now, the approach was that, okay, let's take these matters holistically on the work that gets done in the build-up to the Land Summit, so that the relevant policy owner, in this case, agriculture, land reform and rural development, can do its part and come up with a policy process that can then begin to address some of these issues that are being raised. On the benefits side of it, this is our issues that the minister took up with the Remuneration Commission. In fact, I remember there was a meeting with the Remuneration Commission, but then its term was coming to an end, and she followed up with the new chairperson of the Remuneration Commission and said, these are the concerns that Amakosi have in terms of their benefits and so on and so on. So they then said to the minister, we are doing a comprehensive review of remuneration and benefits of public office bearers across the board, but we are taking them in chunks. So I think at the time they indicated, I don't know whether they had done councillors, and they said, now we are coming to the institution of traditional leadership. Let's establish a task team between your department and the staff in the Remuneration Commission, so that all these issues that have been generated from engagement with Amakosi can be loaded into that process. And our DDG, Meshoke Mohaladi, is part of that process to serve as a link, so that issues as they get raised, they get fed into the work that the Remuneration Commission is doing. I think on the matter relating to the traditional courts bill, I mean, Ngosigule is right. What you have here is that you have, as I indicated, the Black Administration Act, certain sections of it being the empowering legislation for the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to delegate to traditional leaders to preside over a dispute resolution mechanism. Then you get to a situation where there is a legislative gap because certain sections of that legislation have been declared as unconstitutional. Some of the unpalatable language that was used in 1927 at the time, certain sections of that legislation having been repealed. But then you have a gap in between. And the hope was that the work on the traditional courts bill will have moved with speed so that that gap is closed. But unfortunately, as one of the members has raised, then you have other stakeholders who raise concern about the legislation. I think to the point where our former minister, Mr. Mkhize, had to convene the Bedford engagement on a bill that is led by the Department of Justice and brought in the relevant members of the Portfolio Committee on Justice together with the Department of Justice itself, ourselves, the members of the House, as well as members of Contralors, was to say, how do we look at those areas where there seems to be disagreement? And one of those areas, as far as I can remember, was around an opting out clause, as they call it, because there was an argument among some that if I live in a rural area, by virtue of living in an area under the jurisdiction of traditional leadership, doesn't mean that I should subject myself to the traditional cause. And there was a strong argument either way to say, but if then you have an opt-out clause and you say, if there's a dispute involving you can say, no, I don't subscribe to traditional courts, then isn't that going to weaken the traditional cause? And there was a very big discussion around that. And I think out of that, there was some breakthrough in my understanding, which led to the process being taken forward at the level of cabinet of parliament. Are the challenges over in that regard? Not really, in my view, because even where we're sitting now, the traditional courts bill, it's still being processed. So there is that gap, unfortunately, that exists in terms of legislation when it comes to this area. We've taken the point Nkosi has raised about the importance of regulations, and that certainly becomes a food for thought and homework for us, because as the committee members would know, when we presented our APP, we already identified the issue of development of regulations. The question about the costing of the reconstitution process, at the time when following the passing of the TKL A by Parliament, we started engagements with our counterparts in provinces around this issue, specifically around the implications when it comes to the reconstitution. And there was initial work done by provinces, and then that work will be overtaken by events, because they would say, but this act is not coming into operation. We have now said to them now that this is reality, let's go back to that work and dust it off. They've said to us, and we share this concern with traditional leaders, that the risk of limited resources in provinces to ensure that they are able to support the reconstitution processes effectively is there. In fact, what we have done, having sent our provincial counterparts a template which lists all the individual steps that must be undertaken, because we wanted to make sure that all the provinces have a shared understanding of the different steps that must be followed in the build up to the reconstitution process. The mapping of jurisdiction, the definition of the mapping and the mapping of areas of jurisdiction, the processes around the selection of the 60% or component of traditional councils, the issue of a voters register, the issue of voting stations, all those issues have been listed to say that these are the things that you must keep on the table, so that we're not saying we don't understand what are the steps that needs to be taken. But the resourcing issue, it's a risk that we're quite aware of, and we keep raising it with province, because the time frames that have been quite correctly referred to by Nkosikazi Ngonyama. Yeah, that's correct, because we can't say that we wait until the end of 2023, because then it impacts on everything else. In fact, the more you push it towards 2023, you run the risk that we might face what happened with the Framework Act. That there's a window period provided in the Act. The window period passes, and there are traditional councils that have not been constituted. So I don't want to say to the committee and the House, because it wouldn't be correct, and say that there is a budget that has been secured by each and every province for this purpose. That is a process that we are continuing to engage with the provinces on. In fact, we've agreed also on, after we sent them the template on everything, to say, populate it in terms of their own provincial specifics, including the resources that are available. We agreed with them that we then need to come back together with all of them during the course of next week to see where are the gaps, who has got what, and so on and so on. So that is a risk that we are very well aware of, Chairperson. I agree that the some of the things that are still gaps at this moment. Princess Khabo Moroka raises the issue of a chamber for the House. It's still not there. and resource-wise, we've not been able to deal with that issue. There is a process at the moment on this matter of the status of members of the National House, their full-time status of members of the National House, where we've said it's not just a policy decision where you say, Minister, say yes or say no, because once you say yes, you must say these are the implications in terms of the finances and the process for securing the necessary finances. If you're going to say no, you must also be able to indicate why you are adopting that approach. So yes, again, that one we admit as well that it's an area that has not been attended to as yet. On the issue that Nkosindebe has raised on GEMS, I think in the presentation that Demashishi was touched on this issue as well, on the suitability of a scheme that was initially designed for government employees and then using that scheme for public office bearers, in this case traditional leaders. So that is a matter that is also on the table, because when we do this review through the Remuneration Commission, we've raised it that this issue, the issue of the pension as well, is a concern that has been raised by traditional, because there was a determination that was made a few years ago around pension, and it could not fly. It faced serious difficulties when it came to implementation. And I think Dr. Mashishi referred to that as well. The issue of a directorate that will focus specifically on customer initiation. We have raised this internally. Obviously, part of it involves reviewing the organizational structure of DTA and going through all the consultation processes that would require concurrence by the Minister for Public Service and Administration. But I mean, what we've experienced in this area is that when you create additional capacity, when you submit the structure for concurrence, the first question is, we want a letter from your, I think it's called budget analyst at National Treasury, which confirms that this structure is fully funded. Because we can't concur with a new structure where you are not confirming through your CFO, but also through your budget analyst at Treasury, that every single post on that structure is funded. So what we have said internally is that as we continue to address this matter, let's create capacity in the interim. That capacity might not necessarily be a fully fledged directorate, but we can be able to bring people on a contract basis where possible, so that this work can begin to happen. And so, indeed, in this regard, the initial appointments in this area of contract appointments will be happening during the course of this financial year. That is really what we are doing as a stopgap measure, to say, as we pursue all these issues about changing the structure, but in a manner that it will be supported by confirmation from the budget analyst at Treasury that the change structure is funded. Let's create this capacity in the meantime, and we can only grow from there as we continue to assist one another. I'm just checking, Chairperson, if there is any other issue that I might have missed. The issues raised by the Deputy Chair, I think obviously there's a lot of useful detail that has been shared, and about the challenges relating to the partnership with the Solidarity Fund. But I mean, there are a lot of useful lessons there that have been learned during this partnership between the House and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development. I think that there's been very useful experiences. It has not been without challenges. I think where you have a project of this magnitude, challenges are bound to happen. But I think the partners here have worked very well together to make sure that they continue pushing towards the implementation of this program. I think I've tried to address as many of the issues, Chairperson, as have been raised. Perhaps just a final comment to mention to the committee and Amakosi that the concerns that have been raised, we share many of those concerns as a department, and I think we will continue to make sure that we work together. When this matter of the Invest Rural was raised, we said as a department, because we might not necessarily have the financial resources to contribute to the Invest Rural initiative, but let's identify those things that we can do as a department, and we were sharing some of these things with the chairperson the other day, that one of the things that we will have to do that will not really cost us anything is to make sure that the Invest Rural Master Plan is on the agenda of relevant engagements. One of the commitments we made was that we will take Invest Rural and convert the master plan into a document that can go through the DGs of the economic cluster, so that they have a full understanding of the Invest Rural Master Plan, and then they are able to indicate that based on the mandates of their respective departments, how do they establish interfaces with the Invest Rural Master Plan. But we've also said that as part of this work that will be happening, and I think the chairperson, you raised this thing about how it gets mainstreamed into the DDM. At this stage, even in the pilot districts, there isn't any district where there is a final one plan. And here, this is a plan that involves all the development work that must happen in that particular district, whether the role players are local government or public entities or national departments or provincial departments. There isn't any finalized. Chairperson?
DG, I think you should have attended the meeting on the progress on the implementation of the DDM. We were told they are finalizing now next month, the one plans.
Yes.
Now, if you are saying there's nothing, because you still not responded to the question, you can't leave it like that. I won't allow you to do that. Honestly.
Yes, no, Chair, I think I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, Chair, that we don't have any district that has a final plan. What I'm saying is that the process of developing the plans is ongoing. It has not been concluded as yet.
They are finalizing end of June. It will be part of their budget. And then what is the role of the traditional leadership in between?
Yes.
Because the process is on. My question was very clear that the process is on. But you are saying you are still true.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying is, now that we've got this recent development on the Invest Rural, we said that we will then take this to go into, we've got officials that we have assigned to the different provinces. And we're saying when you go into discussions in those provinces, apart from anything else that you'll be doing there, take the Invest Rural Master Plan with you and make sure that it is put on the table for purposes of them being aware that this is what Amakosi are saying in terms of improving the conditions of the socio-economic conditions in those rural areas. So that's the commitment that we have made when we engaged with that our officials that have been allocated to different provinces. As this process unfolds, they must take the Invest Rural Master Plan with them. But we've also made a commitment that we will then also take it to our engagements with SALGA. There's a structure called JEXCO, which involves DCOG, ourselves, and SALGA, so that SALGA can assist in making sure that this message flows down to their members as well, as being the municipalities. So we've made that commitment that we will take the investment. One of the things that was raised, of course, that the chairperson brought to our attention was that there needs to be resources to make sure that the master plan is duplicated, that there are many copies of the master plan, because if you go into an area and say, we're going to talk about this, they say, give us copies, and the copies are not available. The duplication process requires resources. And so we said that although we won't be able to cover the total number of copies that may be required to reach as many areas as possible, but we should have a contribution towards that. And when we had this discussion, we said, let's get our team internally to look at the costing around this, so that it might be a modest contribution in terms of the master plans, but at least it will help one way or another in distributing the message and making sure that copies are available for those that would need to use the dome. So that's a commitment that we have made, and that's a commitment, Chairperson, that we will carry forward. Thank you very much.
Before you go, if you have seen the comment by Inkosikas Ngonyama on the chat group, she's indicating that this discussion on the district development model has been there. And then the royal leaders openly said that they have not been allocated any role to play. And then the response is that we don't play any role. That's how you have said it yourself there. And then she's commenting to say, then we believe that DDM is for urban areas and rural communities are forgotten. I would like your comment on that one. The other issue before you leave, the 2020 budgetary review and recommendation report, in particular paragraph 4.3, instructed yourselves to provide a report of the finalization and implementation of the program of action on the resolutions. On the 8th, we raised it with the Deputy Minister. The Deputy Minister committed that you're gonna give it to us. To date, you have not done that. Is that report there or not? Or you are just now busy doing it? And this is coming from 2020. Is it actually there? On the report that is to deal with the finalization and the implementation of the program of action, because you are going to say you've got short-term, medium-term, long-term, and all those things. But why is that report not coming forth? The Deputy Minister made a commitment last week on the 8th. Today we're on the 22nd. Again, it's not coming. Is it actually there or not there? I think that's the issue that one wants you to respond to. And I thought you were going to deal with the issue of the handbook. You're not saying anything about it. And I think all the royal leaders that have spoken on this matter, they've spoken about that. And you are done. You're not talking about the handbook. So those are the issues that I want you to deal with for now.
Thanks, Chairperson. I think maybe on the issue of, I hope I didn't create that impression that we say our traditional leaders have got no role to play in the district development model, because the guidelines that the department developed and presented to the House are actually very clear about our understanding of the role that the institution of traditional leadership should play when it comes to the DDM. guidelines identifies particular stages in the process of rolling out the DDM in the areas of needs assessments and the role that traditional leaders could play as people who are close to communities to make sure that the information they have about the needs of those communities fit into the planning processes, the processes towards the development of the one plan. There is also an indication in terms of the implementation itself, that there's a very critical monitoring role that traditional leaders would have. I don't have them in front of me, and I'm just thinking from the top of my head about the contents of those guidelines, that we don't want a situation where there's a report that says, okay, in the plan we said there will be water reticulation in such and such a community, and there's a report that says the water reticulation has been achieved. The traditional leaders, as leaders in those communities, will be able to say, no, I live in this area, I engage with people in this area, this thing that you say has been done has not been done. Or it has been done, it is working, but these are the challenges that we're experiencing in that regard. So I'm just hoping that I didn't create the impression that we are saying that they don't have any role to play in the district development model, because that's exactly the kinds of things that the guidelines seek to clarify. Obviously, as the process unfolds, if there are gaps in the guidelines, the feedback that we get will then be useful in strengthening them going forward. On the program of action, I think, Chairperson, the report, the presentation that Demashishi was making today was drawing from our own information because that's the program of action was about the program of action of taking forward the resolutions that were adopted at the 2017 in Indaba. So having presented them to this committee, it's in a PowerPoint presentation, but we will make sure that we update the Word version, the report version of this progress report, so that we can then duly forward it to the committee. I think on the handbook, I am not ignoring this one, Chairperson. I think the progress that was provided, that the handbook itself was developed. So in terms of the work that must happen at the level of administration, led by our DDG, the handbook was developed. The necessary consultations with the provinces took place, getting feedback from the provinces. But what then was decided was that before it goes any further, let's deal with this issue of funding implications. Cost it, which was done, and take the costed handbook and now bring it to this structure, which Demashishi indicated, which is the budget forum, where the MECs of finance in the provinces, together with their officials and the minister of finance and the COCTA MECs, go through this together. So that process has started, and I know that there's some further technical work that the budget forum has asked that gets dealt with under the leadership of colleagues in National Treasury, so that once that gap has been closed on the additional information that they required, then the budget forum can take a position on the matter. So I think it's just because in terms of the admin work that has to be done by DCOC and the consultation by DTA and the consultation that needed to take place with our counterparts in the COCTAS, that has been done. But I think it's this big issue again that we are dealing with, because as Demashishi indicated, we're trying to avoid the situation where we say this is the handbook approved, then we go back to the process of I think it was 2013, if I'm correct, of the framework on tools of trade, which was duly appointed by MINMEC, and it was very clear about what tools of trade should be provided to various levels of in the institution of traditional leadership. But then it still suffered the fate of non-implementation. And especially because what we are hoping we will be able to do here is to use the provisions in the TKLA now, which empowers the minister to issue norms and standards, including on matters relating to tools of trade, because we want that handbook to be one of the good examples that can be used as a determination by the minister based on that provision in the TKLA. So Chair, we have not dropped the idea. It's something that we are still pursuing as government. Thanks, Chair.
Can I ask you a straightforward question as a follow-up to what you have said? When did you start this handbook process? Can you say it's one of your priorities? I need a straightforward answer, because you are talking about the whole bureaucracy that happens in government. It's in the process of where. Can you share with us the value chain when this process started up to where you are? When did you start this process? Because last time we had, even the previous house dealt with this matter. If I'm correct, I think I heard Inkosi Ndevu and the deputy chairperson, they were there in the previous house. They said that in one of the meetings. And then, according to you, what is the lifespan of this handbook? When was it started up to date? I'm just trying to concern about the open-endedness part of it.
Chairperson, I would, with your permission, I would want to ask DG to assist. But when I arrived in 2018, it is not my understanding that the process of the handbook had started. I think what was on the table was the framework on tools of trade for traditional leaders, which had been approved already and adopted by MENMEC. But I think DDG Mukhaladi will be able to assist, as she was here before me, and she has been our lead person in the process of developing the handbook. It is certainly a priority for us, Chairperson, that I can guarantee. But
before she does that, can I ask the Deputy Chairperson to say, as far as her knowledge, when does this process started? And if Inkosi Ndevu is also here, because he told me he was driving, we'll have to add before, because I want that. Deputy Chair? Deputy Chairperson?
Honorable Chair, honorable members, Chair, truly speaking, the issue of this handbook has been there. It has been there, Chair. So I may not be saying in what stage. The stages are known by the department.
No. The point that I was asking was since when? Because the DG is saying when he came in 2018, the issue of the handbook was not there. It was the issue of the framework for tools of trade.
Chair, the members who joined us this term, they find us talking about this handbook, which means that the issue of the handbook has been there during the last term. We didn't start talking about the handbook during this term, Chair.
That's my issue as well. I heard it. It's just that Honorable, Inkosi Ndevu, the other meeting, he eloquently even indicated the timelines. I'm not just manufacturing it. I heard it. That's why I'm worried to say you are told about the bureaucracy. Ne? And then my issue here now, what is the turnaround time? And I think the DG knows it hand over to the DG. She will tell us where the handbook. We don't know when it's going to happen. I'm also having a feeling that even our term, we've heard about this in our handover report from the previous committee. This issue is there in the legacy report. It's like even ourselves, we're going to leave while the matter is being dealt with. That's why I asked a very straightforward question to the DG. Is this one of your priorities or not? Maybe the DG will respond to that. Over to you, DG.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon to members and our traditional leaders. It is indeed our priority, Chairperson, as the DG said. It is our priority, and we have done the work as the DG has indicated, and it is at the level of the budget forum. When I also started in 2018, I started with in 2018, in 2019, then I started with the handbook. It was an APP target maybe for 18, 19, I am not sure. I'll have to check our APPs. But I started the handbook, I started it when I was appointed in this position. I do not know whether pre my appointment in this position, there was a handbook. Maybe there was a handbook at that time, but I did not know because I was not in this position. So I do not know. But what I know is that when I started, then the handbook came after I started in this position. We did all the work, we costed it. It's costed, and it is at the level where the DG says it is. We want to assure our traditional leaders that we really want the handbook to be finalized. And also, as the DG has indicated, that the TKLA has certain provisions for the minister once the handbook has been adopted at government level. Because we have, if for instance today we can say, this is the handbook, let's implement. And then there were no necessary consultations. There are cost implications because we costed it. Then we will have it still like the framework that we had. And if we did not do all the process, I know that we're just indicating the bureaucratic processes. But if we don't do that, we may have a document which may not be implemented. So that is all that I can say, Chairperson. On the handbook, we are serious. It's done, costed, and everything that the DG said, it is at that level. Thank you.
Any other person? Yeah. Inkosi Matlangu, your hand is up.
No, no. Thanks, Chair, and let me thank my colleagues that have presented. I just wanted to, and the responses that have been given. I'm getting a bit worried, Chair, when listening to some of the responses, but I will confine myself to this one of the handbook now. That the issue of the handbook, in 2011, Chair, there was a handbook that was ready for signature in 2011, and that handbook was done by Ubaba Mpungose, who was, I think, the chief director in Cooperative. So that handbook has always been there, and I think mhlambe ke Mam Khaladi, she's heard us talking about it all the time. So it's just that mhlambe ke my worry is that if work was done by other officials, so it means that when an official takes over a position, we ignore everything else that has been done by other officials, and yet those things are part of government work. So does it mean that if Usishoki leaves the department, it means that somebody that will be appointed to replace her would have to start afresh with a new handbook? Because I mean, we can't say there was no handbook, yet there was a handbook. We all know there was a handbook. CEO Warehouse knows for a fact that there was a handbook, and members of the House know for a fact that there was a handbook. So I'm just worried now that when we say there was no handbook, and yet we all know that there was a handbook, unless if maybe there would be a different explanation. But I think we can't boldly say there was no handbook if we've been in the department for that long. It is just not possible, Chair. Because what worries me is that the issues that we are dealing with, all these houses, Chair, since the house was established, they've been dealing with the same issues. They are not new issues. So, and we can't now want to make them brand new issues, knowing that these are issues that have always been there. I think maybe when we respond, we need to consider that we are talking to adults as well that have been there in this process, and at least let there be a bit of respect on us. We must not be like kids that there was no handbook, and yet we know that there was a handbook. So yeah, I'll just confine myself to that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I should take it from there where you are in Matlango. I feel the same in terms of the respect aspect. Because I said everything here, when people cannot provide answers, they use the bureaucratic processes. When people don't do their work, they want to blame the bureaucratic processes that are there. And some of us have been in that space. We know how things work. That's why the level of respect that you're referring to, when things are not done, and people must admit that here we are found napping. We are dealing with to give it. And somebody did for the other financial year. But then, did you achieve that target? No. If the product is not, that target is not yet even achieved. And then if you go to the current APP, that issue of the APP is some of you attended because did you see that thing in the APP of yesterday? No. It's something that has been dropped now. I can speak with authority that is not there, but it's a project that's not yet completed. I think that's the respect that Nkosi Matlangu is also referring to, and ourselves too. Same thing. And that is true. You know about the handbook and you can talk about it. Can I give you an opportunity? Maybe the DG and the DGs will understand where we come from. See you, Stop.
Slalo, thank you.
What do you know about the handbook?
Yes, I do know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
As from which year? Started there.
Chairperson, the handbook that the chairperson of the National House is referring to was indeed developed by the National House in 2010. That is what I know about the the handbook. It was in September 2010. That is when the first draft of the handbook was developed by Ubaba Mpongose, who was the acting secretary to the House at the time. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Before I conclude this meeting, is there anyone who feels his or her questions were not adequately responded to? Yes, I see the hand of the Deputy Chair. Is it only the Deputy Chair? Okay. Proceed, Deputy Chair. I'll propose a way forward later.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity again. Chair, I just I needed the response. Maybe it will come from your side or the committee members. When I asked that, when the president has said something, Tina those are just marching orders, or it becomes law. I ask that you to correct me if I'm wrong on that one, because there's a lot which has been said by the president, but nothing is happening.
Yes, I'll also talk out of my own personal experience while I was at that space. Whatever the president says, whatever the president commits to the country, whatever, is the responsibility of the relevant ministry, in particular the bureaucrats, to make sure that it's policy. I agree with you 100%. You are very much aware. That's why now I said before I close, I want Untatis Tolne. I've given him a task when we started in the morning. He must go and look. If we were to go backwards, I know we're going to find a lot of things. But I said, to be fair, let's start now from 2019. From 2019. And see, this is what the commitments that the president has made. And this is at the statuses. When the president was at the opening the house. Have you done that in that history? Can you show something to us here on the screen? Or you know the issues, you can list them.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you. I thought you had forgotten, Chair.
No, I wouldn't forget.
No, Chair, there are those that I might not have covered, Chair, because of the time frame that you
The
have
short
given
time,
me.
I would still give, just zoom them so that the colleagues from the department must see. And then after this meeting, on the way forward, I would like you to give me a detailed report on the status as well. But for now, I just want to put an appetizer even to the members of the local houses who won't be with us all the time. That's the point. That's the rationale. And I wanted to also link it with the extent, our inaction of dealing with matters.
Yeah,
Yes.
Chairperson, yes, thank you. Now, just as an appetizer, Chair, the first one, which is the biggest issue, is the Presidential Land Summit. The Presidential Land Summit on land that is, as per the request by traditional leaders, that has not happened.
It
However,
comes from when? From 2017. When does it come from?
It comes is one of the resolutions of the Indaba 2017. However, it was it's called the Presidential Land Summit. Yes, it comes from there, and it has been in the speech throughout.
Hold it there. I even asked questions with regard to what will be the status of the provincial summit and going to the national presidential summit. That question was not responded to here. I asked a question, you remember, colleagues? But just omit, I'll pack it because the other one, move.
Yeah, Chair, I will skip that answering that question because provincial chairpersons of houses are here. They will respond to that one. Chairperson, the other one, the other one which only appeared once was the issue of water rights. There are people who get land, but they don't get water rights of that land, and it becomes difficult for them to farm in that land. So the issue of water rights is an issue at hand. The other one, yes, the other one is the amendment of Chapter 7 and 12 of the Constitution to guarantee the powers of traditional leaders in the Constitution as opposed to in the TKLA. That is one thing that has been going on. Then the issue of rural economic development with specific emphasis to mining and with specific reference of the example to Ekolobeni. You'll recall, Chairperson, with Ekolobeni, people of Ekolobeni had at some stage very serious issues with regard to mines that are coming there without giving the necessary social labor plans, necessary development to the communities. That is one thing that traditional leaders raised, and it was an issue which the Minister of Minerals and Energy ought to have addressed to date. Then the other one which traditional leaders have been raising, and it has, fortunately this year, President then gave a directive on it, the issue of a dialogue. The members of the National House and traditional leaders said the debate that the National House normally have with the President is not helping because the President comes alone only with a minister responsible. But other ministers do not accompany the President when coming to deliver the speech and to debate. Therefore, a recommendation was that a dialogue instead of a debate is required. This year, President acceded and said, we need a dialogue, at least 2 days dialogue. So currently, Chair, what we are doing from administration is that we are conceptualizing that kind of dialogue, which we will then, once we're done with the conceptualization, consult accordingly. And Chair, with due respect to yourself and to the members of the committee, President indicated during the delivery of speech this year that this portfolio committee that we are talking to is going to organize a dialogue on initiation. So we are hoping that the dialogue will still come either before the winter initiation season or at least before the summer initiation season. We're just holding our thumbs, Uti, when is the chairperson going to invite us? Hopefully he will give us enough time so that we prepare ourselves as the institution. Because now on the initiation, it covers all 9 provinces, Chairperson. It's not only 8 provinces. Yes. Then other thing is it has been addressed is the issue of the agrarian revolution, which is it's a matter that department from administration we started to come up with a remodeling process and because the initial one as DG and Umamshan DDG Shan explain agrarian revolution, it had some challenges, teething problems, if I may call it that way. However, the actual conceptualization of the agrarian revolution was missed in the operationalization of it. And therefore the remodeling was to take it back to its conceptualization process where it was conceptualized with what is the main intention of the agrarian revolution. That is why the remodeling currently, Chairperson. Then the other one as an appetizer, the Ubuntu issue. Chair, we've got many cultures that are rich, and some members of the society don't even understand the richness of those cultures, like Umemulo, like Intonjana, and the partnership that we have created with Indoni in raising up a boy and a girl child is very critical. It's something that we need to look into. It's something that we support. It is something that the structures of traditional leaders are working with. And critical is that using these cultures, using this tradition, using these programs that are learned from these outreaches, they help in the gender-based violence, which I will come to later stage. Then the other one, Chair, as part of rural development is rural tourism, which a person when National House can go to town talking about rural tourism, because he's saying we need to come up with rural tourism route, which will cover all traditional leaders and 10 traditional councils into a one-stop office wherein this traditional council will be able to be the repository of knowledge of that community and be able to teach history and cultures of that community, to starting with the schools in that community and registering all this as heritage sites and registering them with the tourism authority, so that there are tourists who will come and listen to our history. Now, earlier on, Chairperson, I said women empowerment. I'll talk to it later. Chair, we all know that we've got a problem of gender-based violence and femicide. And moreover, Chair, what came out in the speeches is that people with albinism were being killed at some stage. So this is one thing that the National House is working on. This is one thing that the National House is saying it has to be stamped out, and using all the different cultures and so on, including using what we call now immense parliament, Bishop Jasi and about Dr. Khanach. It's one other thing, other structure that we are working with to try and stamp out gender-based violence. But moreover, there's a need to empower women to stand on their own on economic basis and to stand on their own on social basis. Others do lack confidence to stand out because of some historical background that are there. Then rural crime prevention, Chair, you will understand, Uti, without participating actively in crime prevention, we're going to continue to have house breakings, to have whatever in rural areas, and to have people running away from urban areas to rural areas to hide there, having committed crimes in urban areas. Therefore, rural crime prevention was launched Eastern Cape, Naselimpopo, trying to say, how do we as traditional institution coordinate and coordinate our communities to fight crime? That is one other thing that we are working with SAPS in this case. Youth development, it concerns traditional leaders, Chairperson. Most of young people are leaving rural areas, going to urban areas. Now, they erect shacks, and the life is not so good there because that becomes overpopulation in town. Yet these people can still plant the economy where they are. That is why then they came up with Invest Rural. That is why rural development is critical. That is why an agreement with the local government youth development forum was entered into. There are many youth development programs that the National House is coming with that will empower young people to be able to be self-sufficient. The first one is the very same agriculture, is the very same 5-hectare agricultural land in areas of traditional leaders where young people can start to plow, can start to work the soil and generate food. And then as DG said earlier on, that a portion of their harvest can be used to plant, to be sold. That is why then there's an engagement that is planned and so on with the municipality.
You are going to the detail now. Isn't that
sorry,
appetizers?
I'm being
Because
taken away.
We need to take a break. Some of us are still going to have a PC meeting from 7, and we are going to discuss CWP. I will plead with those that has got interest on CWP, because the information shared by Inkosi Kazingonyama, of which when we knock off here, I want that report from DDG Shando. I want to use it as a baseline information during my meeting at 7. So just finish your appetizers, then I'll decide on the way forward. I'll propose what one thinks needs to happen. I'll direct the meeting how we're going to go about.
Thank you,
Yes.
Chairperson.
How many other items are left?
No. The last one was just a partnership. Chair, COVID has shown who traditional leaders are able to come up with partnership and save their communities from hunger and other issues. Chair, that was the last one. And thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Because this is new to us as well, I just want to understand quickly so that when I close the meeting, I'm at par with your good selves. When there are debates on the opening of the House, definitely at the end, when the President responds as well, there's also resolutions that are taken out of that debate. Am I wrong or I'm correct? Because once the debate, at the end, there's a resolution. How does it work in the House, in the National House?
Chair, we come up with a report and programs emanating from the debate. That is why we're able to talk about the different items like partnership.
Okay. So I think for our benefit, because these are the things that's part of our oversight work. As and when you bring that entire report, can I plead with you to also attach the President's speech address, including the President's response? He closes, he responds at the end after the debate. You can attach those, and then you will have done a spreadsheet on time that will assist us as members to further engage on these matters. Yes, and then definitely there are commitments that the President has made to say this is going to happen, this is not good. Yeah, but then it's for the relevant ministry and department to put those things into a program and action and make sure that they are realized. I should think we must do things differently as I'm closing this meeting, that come next year when the House is opened again, all those issues could have been resolved. Where there are bottlenecks, everybody should understand why this didn't happen. I think that's the only right way to deal with these matters. Having said that, remember when we came in 29, we made a commitment that we're going to meet like this forum every quarter. And COVID messed us up. We are meeting now for the first time now in April. That meeting was supposed to have taken place before end of March. So it means then July we must have a similar meeting like this one, wherein we'll be looking at the progress report out of our engagements today. And then we'll have another one in October. The other one will be in January because we had to overlap. So moving forward, that is totally you're going to do what I asked you to do. But there was the issue that I've raised on the coordinating. What would be the department's role on the issue of the response then? Can I allow you, DG, to deal with that? Because I raised that question. To say also then, to say that the chairpersons of the houses are here, then they can, of the provincial houses, because the issue was that regarding the provincial summits that will precede the National Land Summit and inform the process leading up to it. What are the envisaged timelines for convening these summits? And what will be the role of the department in this regard? This question was never answered to. And I should think as part of moving forward, I will allow the DG and the relevant person whom we can assign so that we have an understanding before we leave this meeting, what's going to happen.
Thanks, Chairperson. The manner in which this was raised was that because there is a need to broaden consultation as far as possible, because Chairperson, you're asking how do the provincial summits then fit into the national one. The idea was that through the provincial summits, you then create a platform where you will have more people being brought on board in terms of consultation, many of whom might not be able to make it to the national consultation. It also assists with the process of making sure that by the time the national summit takes place, has already been a process of issue identification per province that then comes to inform what will be happening at the National Summit. I think DDGIC might confirm. My understanding is that the expectation is that the national one will have happened by the end of September, and that then all the provincial ones will then have been concluded by the time the national one takes place by the end of September. But DDGIC, Mashandu might be able to speak on that, Chairperson. Thanks.
Before that, if you couldn't get reports on the state of readiness of the implementation of the TKLA, that took you a year to get feedback from all these provinces. What guarantee and mechanisms do you have in place that by September, when you want to host yours, provinces will have done that? That's why the question still stands. Maybe Mashandu will be able to respond to say, then whose responsibility is it to convene these summits? And what are the envisaged timelines? If it's by September, you're gonna host the national one. Let them be told when are these provinces going to hold their provincial summits. Do you have any information? Have you set in processes in motion since the president addressed the House to that effect? Over to you, DDG Sand.
Thank you, Chairperson. Regarding the processes and the plans to host these summits, we are working together with the Department of Agriculture, and the three deputy ministers are involved in the process, and we have our regular meetings to update the DMs on the process. I must indicate, Chairperson, that we have consulted with the National House. The next consultation will be with the NKC and Contralesa, and this is going to happen probably next week. After that, we are going to be rolling it out to provinces. What is happening right now, there was a suggestion from the DMs that we need to, or rather they need to engage with the relevant MECs of agriculture together with those of COCTA, so that they understand what would be expected as they roll out, as they go out to provinces. The consultations, chairpersons, are going to start now in May, and it is envisaged that they would finish around June, so that in July we consolidate the information that has been received from provinces in preparation for the land summit in the National Land Summit in September. But I must indicate also, Chairperson, that this matter is of interest to the IMC, and on a monthly basis, it gets tabled to advise the Deputy President as to how far we are with the planning processes. So the systems are in place, I would say, in ensuring that the summit takes place by September, as it was committed by the President. Thanks, Chairperson.
Consultation is what I hear. When are provinces going to hold their provincial summits?
Chairperson, the dates will be finalized once there has been an engagement with the MECs of agriculture, as well as the MECs for COCTA, which the DMs are spearheading. But
when are the consultations going to take place?
The exact dates for provinces are not yet finalized, but they will take place between May and the end of June.
you're mindful of the fact that you are the lead department and you must champion this.
Yes, Chairperson.
Okay, we'll see as we progress what will be the status. I should think we need to end it here. Thank you so much to you, our royal leaders. I know we cannot exhaust everything today. Like as I said, going to come back here in July. It will be July, then it will be October, then January. From the committee session on our part, we'll give you those dates in advance so that we'll also check with you, Nkosi Matlangu, and the entire leadership so that we don't have clashing dates. I think this is the only way to deal with these matters if we want them to be attended to. There are still those issues of the TKLA as we engage on the 8th. There were matters that were still very concerning. But I think as we work together and at this bigger forum, we will be able to troubleshoot. I must say also, there's one thing that one always learn. Interacting with you, once one finishes the meeting, one is always almost empowered. With regard to this commitment that the president made on our behalf, on organizing a dialogue on initiation, you recall we had that earlier meeting that we had the other day when we were dealing with this. We got the report from Eastern Cape. Also, other interested stakeholders had sent me a report that I find it very disturbing. I shared it with the chair and the deputy chairperson. In fact, I was shocked and traumatized reading that report, looking at the number of deaths. And it's only in one section of a province. It's not the whole country. And then there are cases that are there, but some of the matters you find that there's been no follow-ups to that, then that warrants that needs to deal with that as a matter of urgency. It warrants that we will do that. Part of our planning, I should think, because we've already adopted the next term program in the other term, I think we're gonna put it as well. Now we know that's why we need to do that. I think the committee secretariat is noting that we'll do that. But prior to that, we need to first discuss those reports. The other one, the one in point, I saw you, Royal Highness Inkosikazi Ngonyama, you say something about the DM, about the hosting of initiation schools. At that point, the DM was right because we were in COVID to say whoever does that must take full responsibility. And you know, there were 13, if not 14 deaths that came out of that. I won't say it's level-headedness because I'm dealing with traditional leadership. But the issue is that those deaths, some people must take accountability for them. Yes, how do you balance between culture and all these things? That's the thing that we need to discuss it, because I think one of the issues that the CEO raised, what also the president raised, to say the cultural diversity and the way we do things, I think we'll have to deal with that at some point as well. It's also there even in our resolutions. But when we come to cases where lives will be lost, whereas there are mechanisms and processes to prevent that, at some point people opt to disregard that for their own selfish reason and for the love of money, I think we will be failing on our oversight responsibility if we don't hold people to account to that effect. So I should say, let me end it there. There are issues that you have lifted. I hope the colleagues from the department have noted our attitude towards those issues, DG, of which they won't wait for the next meeting. And then can I plead with the department, when the committee directs you in terms of the BRRR, that thing is a directive from the committee. It has to be complied with, because don't force us to take a further course of action. We know what we need to do. But I should think then the colleagues from the department, you must do your work. You must do your work. Then there won't be anyone who will be a police watchdog to watch whether you are doing where you are supposed to deliver, you must deliver. I don't like it when people use bureaucratic procedures as an excuse, because even in bureaucracy, there are timelines. It can't be that since 2010, 2021, it's 11 years later, we're still talking about the handbook. At the same time, we're told it's a priority. It was also in an APP, in one APP, but that priority has just fallen off. We'll talk about the current. I was sharp in the other meeting, not the one of yesterday, DG. I raised it sharply to say it's like all your priorities this time is around the TKLA. What about these other legislations that has to do that and the other matters that you've committed? Because now you will be forcing us to go back to 10 years ago, look at your APPs, look at your strategic plans, look at your annual reports. And I've raised concern to say the way you make your target so easy, because you're only focusing on the obtaining a clean audit. A clean audit is okay, but there must be delivery on the ground. I raise my concerns of that, those targets that are simplistic, that you know, these are the things that even not put in the APP could be delivered. So these are some of the things that we are going to look at it with keen interest. As I said, traditional leaders are not a stepchild of the department. The thing that we do on the DCOC side, we must also do that here the side. So I can assure you, members of the houses, all our royal leaders that are here, to say that your issue, there's even no need to, I know that you feel the constitution must be amended, but there are certain things that we can do, that we can do them as quick wins, that you won't even feel like your step daughters and stepsons of this government. And I believe it's doable and it can be done. But we can do that if we, both of us here who are here, we work as a team towards the same objective, to recognize the status of traditional leadership in this country. So that's what I will end on. Safe to say, I want to thank you. I know you are busy people, but the attendance has been very overwhelming on my part. So what's left on our side is to, and as for me, the more I interact with you, the more I develop interest to also even go to the ground, because certain things now, when I say them, I normally say, but this is not what we are seeing in what is written in the books. I've moved around, as I said last week. Certain things are said, they are done, but when you go on the ground, they are not there. But it's a debate for another day. I'll still do that. I think I need to do KZN soon. We need to do Eastern Cape soon. And we'll also go and do oversight on those projects. So DDG Shandu, can you email to the committee secretary those CWP things together with the funding and the amounts to the committee secretary? We need it in the next meeting that we are having with the DCOC at 7. And then for those of you, especially our traditional leaders who will have interest to attend that meeting, because we are going to raise those issues for the CWP that has been said to have been delivered in the area of jurisdiction. The committee secretary will send the link of the meeting to the secretary of the house so that it gets shared with you. The meeting will start at 7. Let me thank all of you. These engagements are ongoing. Enjoy your rest till we meet again. Thank you so much, our royal leaders. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, and then Shirin, there's a request that the link must be shared. There are those royal leaders who want to attend. It's going to be shared. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. The meeting is adjourned.